great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining me this morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Foreign investment into Nigeria soars by 67% to $5.6 billion in Q1 2025. Tinubu signs insurance industry bill into law. EcoBank to sell Mozambique stake to FTH Bank. Health Minister, AM CEO, AP and others to headline BusinessDay's health conference. Besieged Sudan city residents face starvation, UN warns. NASA to put unclear reactor on the moon by 2030. Man United tables £73.8 million bid for Benjamin Sesko. NFF backs Ademola Lookman in Atlanta transfer dispute. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the National Bureau of Statistics recorded a total capital importation of $5.6 billion, higher than the $3.3 billion recorded in Q1 2024. According to NBS, this marks a 10.8% increase from the $5 billion recorded in Q4 2024. Of all investments, it is reported that the portfolio investment ranked topped with $5.2 billion, followed by other investment at $311.1 million and foreign direct investment standing at $126.29 million. Reports show that the banking sector recorded the highest inflow with $3.1 billion, representing 55.4% of total capital imported in Q1 2025, followed by the financing sector valued at $2,097 million and production sector with $129.9 million. Capital importation during the reference period originated largely from the United Kingdom with $3.6 billion, which is 65.2% of the total capital imported, followed by the Republic of South Africa with $501.2 million and Mauritius with $394.5 million US dollars. Moving on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has assented to the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Bill for 2025. In a statement signed by a special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, the new act will provide for comprehensive regulation and supervision of all insurance and reinsurance businesses operating within Nigeria. According to report, the Insurance Industry Reform Act included a wide range of reforms, including a substantial increase in minimum capital requirements for insurance companies. The RBC will, however, require insurers to calculate capital based on the risks they face, including insurance, market, credit, and operational risks. While still on, Ecobank Transnational Incorporated has announced a strategic agreement to divest its stake in Ecobank Mozambique SA to FDH Bank PLC, a financial institution listed on the Malawi Stock Exchange. In a notice filed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited on Tuesday, the transaction marks a change in ownership and operational management of Ecobank Mozambique, but not expected to disrupt banking operations, assets, or staff. Ecobank Mozambique, which has been operating in the country since 2000, currently maintains 4 branches in Major, regulated by the Central Bank of Mozambique. The deal aligns with Ecobank Group's growth, transformation, and return strategy, focused on sustaining competitiveness and fostering pan-African financial integration. To end the local news, Isiaq Salako, the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Brian Diva, the Chief Executive Officer of the African Medical Center of Excellence, Prosper Okonkwo, CEO of APIN Public Health Initiative, are set to headline the BusinessDay Health Conference alongside other key stakeholders. The conference, set to hold on August 7 at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution in Abuja, will mark the first in the series. With the theme Bridging the Gap, Advancing Equitable and Affordable Access to Healthcare in Nigeria, this aims to provide a platform for stakeholders and experts to advance discussions and actionable steps to strengthen healthcare. According to reports, one of the most persistent challenges facing Nigeria's healthcare system is the inadequacy of sustaining financing models to support equitable and affordable access to healthcare, especially for vulnerable and undeserved populations. Despite efforts from the government, donor agencies, and the private sector, traditional funding mechanisms have proven insufficient in meeting the complex needs of the population and driving large-scale transformation in the health and pharmaceutical sectors. As healthcare systems globally move toward models that are inclusive, financially resilient, and technologically adaptive, the event is set to highlight a growing imperative for Nigeria to diversify its financing landscape through innovative approaches. And on the foreign scene, the United States Food Agency has warned that families trapped within the besieged Sudanese city of El Fasher are facing starvation. The World Food Programme revealed that it had not been able to deliver food to the city in the western Darfur region by road for more than a year. El Fasher has been surrounded by paramilitary fighters from the Rapid Support Forces for nearly 16 months, determined to seize it from Sudan's army. The WFP warning comes as local activists have begun reporting death by starvation in the city, which is still home to about 300,000 people. And also, the United States media has revealed that its space agency, NASA, is fast-tracking plans to build a nuclear reactor on the moon by 2030. Reports reveal that this is part of the United States' ambitions to build a permanent base for humans to live on the lunar surface. The acting head of NASA referred to similar plans by China and Russia, noting that the two countries could potentially declare a keep-out zone on the moon. The report revealed that nations including the United States, China, Russia, India, and Japan are rushing to explore the moon's surface, with some planning permanent human settlement. And now to sports, Manchester United have submitted a formal offer worth £73.8 million for RB Leipzig striker Benjamin Sesko as they look to strengthen their attacking options ahead of the new season. The bid includes a guaranteed payment of £65.2 million, with the rest structured in add-ons. While the Red Devils are yet to receive a response from Leipzig, the club believes the offer reflects fair market value for the 22-year-old Slovenian forward, who is reportedly eager to make the switch to Old Trafford. Despite recent financial concerns highlighted by minority owner Jim Ratcliffe, sources at the club insist that the Sesko deal is viable. Well, to end the news, the Nigeria Football Federation has thrown its weight behind Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman, currently embroiled in a tense transfer dispute with Italian club Atalanta. Lookman confirmed that he had submitted a formal transfer request after Atalanta reportedly blocked a move to Serie A rivals Inter Milan. Inter had tabled an offer worth €40 million plus €3 million in add-ons, which Atalanta rejected, holding out for €50 million. The 26-year-old, who played a crucial role in Nigeria's run to the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations final, expressed frustration over what he described as broken promises and poor treatment. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Noma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 6th.
On this day in 1945, at 8:15 a.m. local time, the United States detonated the first atomic bomb in Hiroshima, Japan. The development of the bomb and its use against Japan would be the deciding factor at the end of World War II. Japan would surrender August 15, 1945. The US stock market would rise rapidly into 1945 as investors sensed victory approaching. The day after the bombing of Hiroshima, stocks would fall 1%, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average would rise by 20% from its level by the end of the year. Hiroshima, meaning Broad Island, is located on the delta of the Ota River, which splits into 6 channels and forms several small islets. The city was established in the 16th century as a castle town by the feudal lord Mori Terumoto. From 1868, it became a key military center, making it a potential target during World War II. Hiroshima remained untouched by air raids until August 6th, when a US B-29 bomber dropped the first atomic bomb. The explosion devastated most of the city. Initial deaths were estimated at over 70,000, with many more dying or falling ill from radiation in the following decades. Despite this devastation, Hiroshima began its reconstruction around 1950, starting with the rebuilding of the Inari Bridge. Today, it is the largest industrial city in the Chikogo and Shikogo regions. Hiroshima hosts government offices, universities, and thriving industries including steel, chemicals, shipbuilding, and automobile manufacturing, most notably as the headquarters of Mazda Motor Corporation. The city is well connected by road, rail, and air, and includes a Shinkansen, that is a bullet train station, and an international airport. Also, on this day in 1962, after 300 years of British rule, Jamaica became an independent country through peaceful negotiations. Upon gaining independence, it chose to remain within the Commonwealth of Nations, recognizing the British monarch as a symbolic head of state. This transition marked a major milestone in shaping Jamaica's national identity, as the country took full control of its internal affairs under a new constitution. Jamaica adopted a parliamentary democracy, retained English as its official language, and maintained Kingston as its capital. The Jamaican dollar became the official currency, and independence sparked a surge in national pride and cultural expression. Reggae music and Rastafarian culture rose to global prominence, while Jamaica's foreign policy began to focus on regional and international cooperation. This new era laid the foundation for Jamaica's modern political and cultural landscape. And finally, on this day in 1990, the UN Security Council imposed economic sanctions on Iraq, ruled by Saddam Hussein for its invasion of Kuwait 4 days earlier. The Persian Gulf War from 1990 to 1991 was an international conflict sparked by Iraq's invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990. Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein launched the attack with the likely goals of seizing Kuwait's vast oil reserves, erasing a significant debt owed to Kuwait, and boosting Iraq's regional influence. As the first major global crisis after the Cold War, the US-led military response marked a turning point and established key precedents for international military intervention in the years that followed. The UN swiftly responded to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait with sanctions via Resolution 661 on August 6, 1990. US troops arrived in Saudi Arabia the next day, and Arab leaders met in Cairo for an emergency summit. On August 10th, most Arab League countries condemned Iraq, though some, including Jordan and the PLO, supported it. Egypt and Syria backed Kuwait, having recently improved ties. Saddam rejected the Arab League stance and proposed resolving all regional occupation issues through the UN. He also sought peace with Iran, agreeing to its conditions to end the Iran-Iraq war on August 15th.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning, of course, is Valentine. Of course, joining us this morning to review the papers. Let's start off with what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper today. The big story here says cement makers FX gains hit 6-year high on Naira rally. So it is good news, is it bad news? It's looking like good news. And the next story here says palm oil imports shrink as local output rises. And on page 20 today it says new act mandates compulsory insurance, 0 delays in claims settlement. And on page 31 today says network scene improving as telcos pump 824.7 billion naira into expansion. It says subscribers continue protest over poor services. Well, that's in the telecommunications sector, but let's start off with that one this morning. So speaking about network scene improving, with telcos pumping $824.7 billion into expansion. And then the writer goes on to say that subscribers continue protest over poor services, because lots of people will beg to differ when you say network is improving. So when you go to the telcos, when you see their social media accounts, you're always seeing people ranting. I don't even know. I don't know if they even mean it. I don't know if it's just this, because at times I say to myself, I think these guys are doing better, the likes of, the telcos that we have.
Most definitely.
But you often see people making complaints, and we're not just talking about people in the rural areas. So we're also talking about people in the urban areas. So do you really see network improving?
I mean, again, it is it's a give and take. The only way network can improve and be better than what it is if more infrastructure is put in place. Most definitely. Manpower, improve, and some certain other areas that will enable services really work. Without manpower, without those equipment, without, more importantly, security, those things will not give us the best. Excuse me. When people say, oh, I don't have network. Oh, my data is not, you have data, but I cannot use my data. I'm talking about users now. When you hear such complaints across the nation every now and then, it just tells you one thing. The network cannot die. It is something that is breeding the network from networking, if you know what I mean. And so it is an equipment. But however, this kind of challenges are seen anywhere around the world, everywhere around the world. In America, they also face that challenge too. Once a particular mast is down, there is high tendency that you will see reduction when it comes to services and output and all what we have. But on the other hand, if you look at it closely, if they are now saying that they are injecting this amount of money into it, will we see an increase in manpower, a more expansion in rural areas, more masts being put in places where ordinarily we might not have masts? The last time I checked, when they had this telecommunication event where a lot of telcos came and they had like a seminar, I was there and I asked a very simple question. I said, why is the people in the rural areas have more network sometimes than those in the urban area? It was a very strange question. And the man looked at me and said, that's because the amount of people who stay in that area use less cell phones. Now, I'm not a telecom engineer, but as an information professional, I begin to think, this kind of information, is it that he's trying to run away from the fact that people, or rather, is he trying to say that people in the rural areas don't have enough money to buy phones? Because obviously when you have more people making phone calls, there's tendency to be jamming of networks and things like that. So I couldn't get the answer correctly. But it made me understand one thing, which is, if you have those masts situated in some certain areas where you have less people, so you have more mass with less people, and you have less mass with more people, like come to urban areas where you have activity in huge, on a daily run, we should have more mass across. we should have across the area. We should have more infrastructure that will enable network never fail, because lives are dependent on this data. Businesses depend on the data. Those who run POSs, those who run, other financial gains, where they actually, they depend on those networks. They depend on the telcos to be efficient. In an event where there is a breach, guess what? Business doesn't flow. It falls back to one thing: we're losing money. And again, like I always say, we are a business TV station, so we're thinking, is business improving in the nation, and what is stalling it? So telcos, if you guys are investing this amount of money, we want to see an improvement in the service. We want to see where we can afford to come next year and they have an award, and whoever's going to win the award based on the best telco company, they must merit it. Not just mercy, not just okay because they have their billboards or they have their brands everywhere, which means they're effective. No. Don't forget, PR doesn't equal to service and efficiency. That's not about PR, by the way. PR actually is superlative. So what am I trying to say is it's a huge amount of money. We hope that as they invest such money, jobs are created, expansion is, on the regular, and it hits those areas that needs those masts. And like I said before, when you have more people concentrated in an area, that's where you should put it this way, quote and unquote, dedicate more network, more, I don't know what they call it again, if it's whatever name they call it, the telco names, dedicate more data and connectivity there, because you have people running back and forth with businesses. A place like Lagos City, right? I don't see why I walk into a building and I'll lose network in the era of 5G. Are you telling me that the decking is what's stopping it or something? No, it simply means that the amount of frequency or whatever it is that runs from the mast closer to me to enable network is not sufficient. And there's something we're not seeing. Electricity supply also can affect these networks. Most of this masts, if you look at it, the way they design it, is like a cage where you have generator, you have someone who maintains it, is living quarters in there, which I don't know how healthy it is, by the way, because you have a lot of frequency running through. However, so the mast is enclosed in, let's say, a 20 by 20, or let's just say, give and take, 50 by 50 feet of land. So everything is there, generator, but it shouldn't really be like that. If we had consistent electricity supply, they will have no need to be buying diesel to run generators to power those masts. And don't forget, once the diesel is about to finish, they'll have to turn off to change over to well, I don't want to say NEPA now, but TCN or our national grid or whatever it is. So that break in transmission will definitely affect businesses who are depending on it. And the hospitals depending on those networks too. So you see how our lives have been tied to efficiency when it comes to telecom. So we can't overemphasize it really.
Right. Let's move on now to the other big story here on the Business Day paper this morning. It says cement makers FX gains hit 6-year high on Naira Valley. So we're seeing some of the 3 listed cement manufacturers. We're seeing Dangote Cement, which is Africa's largest producer, seeing the highest rise with 45.7 billion naira in FX gain in the reviewed period, which obviously is in this 6-year period. From a loss, they had previously had a loss of 201.3 billion naira recorded within the same period in 2024. Lafarge Africa also reported a turnaround of 3.6 billion naira in FX gains from a loss of 19.9 billion naira. Boa Cement, which is owned by billionaire Abdul Samad Rabiu, also witnessed an FX gain of 782 million naira from a loss of 39.9 billion naira during this period under review. So I think this is just what it says, basically, because if I'm thinking from the money side of things and investment, I'll say that this should also be a good time for people to invest, buy stock, buy their shares and all of that. This will also be a good time to do that. So, and most times, the stockbrokers and all this advisors, they'll always tell you to buy before you know, there's a rally normally, because yeah, it's good that now everyone sees it, but it's better when you see the potential.
Of course.
So even buying now, yeah, it's good because it's already up. But I think it's also, there's also need to also look out for the ones that are showing potential. Because yes, I was going to say this might be a good time to invest, but I also remembered, you know, what they always say, that, oh, look out for the ones that have potential also.
Look at the indices, look at
Yeah.
what the data is saying.
Mhm.
But again, before the data, the commodity must be looked into first. I see people complain, oh, Dangote is monopolizing the market. Oh, Dangote is, I keep saying that, look, he's doing the Lord's work. I will explain why when it comes to cement. If it wasn't for him, we probably would be importing cement, right? But he's making us proud, and this is not me, you know, advertising, not at all.
Obviously.
You know, if you look at it, I'm not surprised that he's topping the list there of cement manufacturers or cement businessmen. Okay, Dangote Cement has actually shown the world that Nigeria can work. Let's be honest, you know, because some people who are from the West will always say that, look, Africans cannot manage their business and manage it properly. So this is actually debunking it. He's a major supplier of cement across West Africa. That is huge. So I think whoever it is that is smart and wants to key into shares is the right time, really.
All right, let's move now to the Vanguard paper this morning. The front page of the Vanguard paper this morning says Zenith Bank hosts the Tigress team. Obviously, many organizations are latching onto these victories, from this, you know, Falcons, from Falcons to the basketball team. You know, they're all latching on to their success and giving gifts. So this time around, it's 200 million naira. And I'm even happy that it's written in naira, because we had this conversation yesterday about why do they always have to put a dollar sign to it, like we don't have our own currency. So I'm seeing, obviously now from Zenith Bank, I'm seeing 200 million naira, unlike the federal government that was doing $100,000. Like we don't have, like, why can't you say it in Nigerian currency? Don't we have a currency? Anyway, the other story here on the front page of Vanguard paper this morning says 2027 Obi's single-term pledge raises dust. I wonder why it's raising dust, really. The writer goes on to say a true leader can turn things around in 48 months. This is from Peter Obi. He really, really believes in what he can do. PDP says it's a threat to 1999 constitution. Okore says it's marks of desperation. Abaribe says you can take Obi's promise to the bank. Well, believers and unbelievers. Imasuen says one tenure is lofty. That's his lofty idea, but insufficient. Buhari's aide says it's insult on our collective memory. So you can clearly see the ones that believe that it can't work. The ones that think, okay, it's Obi, coming from Obi, certainly can be done. But let's see some of the other headlines on the front page this morning. On page 9, we see Keyamo, aviation expert on war path over Lagos airport renovation. We know that there's been talks about this airport renovation. Then from Motedola, this was revealed. I read up sometime yesterday. It says banks wooed me with pretty ladies for deposit and sent thugs when my business went down.
Wow.
That's the duality of life. Then on page 27, it says court restrains Governor Bago from shutting Badegi FM. On the top side, it says commissioners accuse EEDC of reducing power supply in Enugu State. And on page 27, it says Atiku, Buni, others celebrate Nafisa, a 17-year-old world best in English. And on page 8, Church of Nigeria formally cuts ties with Wales over lesbian archbishop. And on page 8, APC governors rally round party chair, Yuwada, and dismiss opposition as non-existent. But let's talk about two things: Obi's pledge and also Zenith Bank hosting the Tigress team.
Again, like we always say, it's a show of, you know, we want to call it support, you know, kind gesture to say, look, to encourage them. It is highly welcome.
Very much.
But we are not fools.
Okay, why do you say so?
I will explain. You see, it is important that we understand the dynamics surrounding all this. They run a business, okay? And in running the business, you must know how to appeal to every aspect of other people who you want to come and patronize you, or in this case, open an account with you. Now, this is in no way trying to put anybody under the bus. But what I'm saying is that if the Tigers hadn't won that cup, are you telling me that we don't have people who are struggling right now, who are at National Stadium, struggling right now in different other small basketball courts across the nation, begging, looking for every day on their social media page, asking for support. Most of them, what they need is just, wares as low as kids, sports kids, to go and train, to go and play basketball, what they love to do. So I was watching somebody the other day on social media, or somebody commented and said, oh, well done, but we've been asking for kids like sneakers, t-shirts, even the basketball ball itself. Those are simple things that I bet you don't even have to spend 2 million naira on. And you don't even have to go show your face. If you do that, social media has a way of remembering all these things. People will say, look, this came from somebody that is tied to so company or so organization. What am I trying to say? Is that, yes, it's very easy to say we're giving, not easy per se, it sounds good to say we're giving this amount of money to our national basketball female team. Tigers, fine. But like I said before, what is the whole charade for? Are we trying to say, you know what, let us put a blind eye to the fact that they are trying to gain more, prominence, to remain there, to say, look, after all, during Susu Person's tenure, we gave 200 million naira. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. Like I said, it's not a bad thing to do. But let us not use what is happening as an opportunity to want to, stamp foot out there to say, okay, look, we are also giving that money. It's not a competition where if you give money, I give money, give money, I give money. No, it's good to give money, like I said, right? Encourage them. I have no problem with that. But I also want to see, are we documenting the struggles? These girls, before they became this big, they struggled. Did anybody lose them at the time? No one did. And that's the problem we have across borders. It's not just a Nigerian thing, it's a world thing all over. But we can change that narrative. I know, Zenith Bank has a lot of CSR that they do back and forth. I'm saying, why not put some of this money, not wait until we have them win again, put some of this money and try to get them from the roots. There are a lot of young girls, young boys out there waiting for someone to support them in basketball, in football. I bet you, if they had put this money, right, instead of waiting until someone wins, if we put this money into helping those young people, it will go a long way, right? More people will appreciate it, to say, look, they anticipate that they saw ahead that these people are going to, or this individual is going to be great. So they invested in that individual. That's what I want to see. That's for me, the kind of gesture that moves my heart. Like I said, I'm not saying giving out cash prize to people who have won as way of appreciation is bad. I'm only saying that, let truth be told. Let us face it the way it is. Let us put square pegs in square holes. Put the cat behind the horse, not before the horse. And if we do that, maybe we'll send the right message. The sooner we do, the better. They have the money. They've just showed that they have the money, 200 million. If, for instance, they say, look, we want to give 200 million, but we want to give 100 million, want to give many 100 million, and go to those small, academies out there and support them. I bet you. In fact, they would have just, before this check was given, let them send a media team, out there with one or two of their representatives. Go to those, like I told you, National Stadium. There are a lot of young talents out there. Share out, sneakers and things in their bags, and the bag. Give to people. Let people see it. Document it. And then come and show the world and say, look, we have done this. Again, we also want to, appreciate those who have won, but we also, sense about those who are still struggling regarding this. So that's how I see it, though.
I think, like you said, it's just your opinion, because opinions differ on this. They'll become someone who wants to come from a different angle from where you're coming from will say, obviously, who says they are not doing, going to those, upcoming,
they have this one on the front
grassroots
page.
But because these guys are obviously in the news right now, so it's also one thing for companies to also latch on to the people that are in the news.
Right.
There's always like a time for everything, so there's that part. But let's also talk about Obi's.
Right, I was waiting for you to get
Obi's
to that
pledge. Do you
I mean,
think it is a lofty idea, or do you think it's achievable?
Coming from Obi's angle, we already know who he is, how he operates. He's someone he's a peacemaker. And I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm a pro Obi person, but I'm saying his ideologies are not bad at all. If he says, I'm going to run only one term, if I win, that's 4 years. Truth be told, there's a reason why he's saying so. Now, for some people who are already thinking in their mind, oh, if we, quote and unquote, use Obi and we win that thing, we want to remain it for 16 years. He's already clarifying them. Look, don't come and say you want to support me because you are looking for something else there. Let me just let you know, 4 years for me is okay. And I can change the country in less than 4 years. So what he's trying to do could be set a standard, change the status quo, begin to challenge the status quo to say, you don't have to run 2 terms for Nigeria to be better. Now, some people don't like it. Because for some people, in their mind of minds, some politicians, look, if we struggle and spend so much money to be there, it's only our birthright to run again and win. So he's saying, look, you don't have to do that. Right? There are a lot of other capable hands. So give the young people a chance. So I see where he's coming from. But again, let's don't forget, he also has his own tactics too. This could work for him. In politics, you must not only be intellectually bright and smart, you must also be emotionally intelligent. Now, whether or not he's playing on the intelligence of people, I don't know about that. But so far, his track record has shown that he's someone who's quite sensitive about Nigeria and the future of Nigerians. And having said so, let's not forget in a hurry, right? Some will always criticize you in this world. If you're not criticized, then nobody knows you.
Then nobody knows. Then you're not doing it right.
Even if you cut your both hands and lay it out there, they will still want you the full arm.
Exactly.
So,
it's the way of the world.
The way of the world. So many times I see whenever there's some flood disaster or some emergency, you see him on ground. Whether or not he's the state, whether or not he's, he's always there.
He's always showing work.
It is his person. He's very compassionate about,
He's a service person.
Most definitely. So he's telling you, I'm there to serve. I'm not there to go and lay an egg and say I must be there until the egg hatches in another 16 years. No. So for those of you, and mind you, he sent a message to for those who want to, like I said before, who want to support him, either financially, support him, by being in the same party or whatever it is. Strong message. I'm there for 4 years. So if you have a long-term plan you're wasting your time.
All right. Okay, let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning.
Right.
Nationwide alert. Is it?
So it says, you start with the top, say presidential jet gobs 26.38 billion naira in 18 months. How outrageous. Here it says CBT fears surge after decade, worst, worst result. I think we took this one yesterday, didn't we? Then on the major headline here, it says, already we have this OB one here, which we just spoke about, but let's go to this one. It says, FG warns of 5-day flooding in 19 states. This is about, I really don't understand what NEMA and the other ones are doing. When NEMA says 19 states, NIHA says 27 states. So they are not even in sync at all, And of course, the rainfall forecast for Tuesday, Saturday, floods hit Ogun, Gombe. 2025 floods kills.
Okay, so Tuesday to Saturday. Started yesterday, yeah?
Yesterday.
Okay.
And here again it says FG inaugurates National MSMEs Grants Clinic in Akure. This sounds like an interesting one. Where we've been complaining for the past 1 week about doctors and hospitals not being properly equipped. We see clinics coming up.
Yeah, so we're seeing that the federal government has now inaugurated national MSMEs grant.
Right.
So
but we didn't see the amount of money though.
Yeah, but that'll be inside the story.
45,
It will definitely be inside the story. So if you want to read up on that, you could grab a copy of the Punch paper this morning as well to get the full scope.
Then below here it says first holdco to dispose shares after Otudeko's exit. 60-year-old Nigerian found dead with stab wounds in UK flat. And well, I was just going to mention something to relate to this, but already she said she doesn't identify as Nigerian. If you know what I'm talking about,
we know.
So we have no one to hold to actually give us, to report to us and tell us why a 60-year-old Nigerian is found dead. But again, we hope her family members will have the heart to bear the loss.
Yes, so we're praying for the people who are related to friends and families of this 60-year-old Nigerian.
Such a painful way to go, by the way.
Very painful.
Painful way to go. Well, it says banking booms with $3.1 billion foreign inflows in 3 months. Do we go straight and see the details of it?
I think we should talk about the flood alert because that's directly affects us right now. Yesterday we saw how crazy it was in Lagos.
Those that live in Lekki,
yes,
they're not buying, the mini boats.
We saw how crazy it was, just around Lagos with the flooding, with the rain and all. I mean, today the weather has been a little bit calm, although we've been seeing showers here and there. We don't know if it will still rain, but clearly from that report, we're seeing that rainfall flooding forecast is for Tuesday, which was obviously yesterday, for Tuesday to Saturday. So is this a warning for us to just stay on guard? What's it that we can do? Because this, when they give these warnings, I'm wondering what they want us to do with this warning, because some things are beyond us. Are we going to say, oh, rain don't fall, or what can we do to the road? Because it's not for us. It's for them to work on something. We talked about this yesterday, and it's still pressing to me. Because when they warns, federal government warns, like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? Because if the flooding comes, like, it's the road itself, it's the drainage system. What am I supposed to do when you're warning?
To that Benin Expressway, federal road just that cuts across Benin to Delta State. I'm like, I don't even think they have such roads in Darfur. I don't think they have such roads in Somalia, in areas where they are war torn. I don't think they have such roads right now in Rwanda. I don't think so. I don't think they have such roads in Libya. The road is so bad that goods and services that cut across that road that's supposed to come to Lagos State are held under major siege at the mercy of criminals. That even said, my big question is this, and I'll keep saying it, right? When, like you said, when they say they are warning us, I'm like, can we move from warning
to acting? Can you act? What are you warning us again? It's like you telling me, it's like in your house.
We shouldn't do business.
You are telling me, oh, Liz, I'm trying to find the right analogy for this situation. It's like in my house, your own house. You're not telling me, Liz, be careful. This house.
My zinc might just give it anyway, and rain will come in.
It's not my house, so what can I do?
And the next day you say the same thing again.
Yes.
And the next day you say the same thing again. See, again, we've said it on this show a couple of times. We have the resources to channel water properly. I'm not saying we should fight water, but channel it properly. And to channel it will simply mean our drainages, waterways, but very more importantly, look into the dams. If we're sharing a dam with a different neighboring country, are we communicating well with them? The problem is that our politicians are playing too much politics with our neighbors, such a way that they would rather see people being swept away while they are asleep than face the matter on ground. I'm telling you, because look at what in that whole area in the middle belt where there's always consistent flooding every year. It looks as if it's every year. So some people are making money out of it. The water comes from somewhere. So there's a dam that is open somewhere. because they don't want you to flood their own banks to in their own country. And I'm sure they always want Nigeria. Look, this, that. So let's move further into other areas. Can we not just channel that water properly? Can't we build proper jetties or things that can enable water flow properly? Can't we do that? Because by the time we cannot do that, then I'll see what I would do in a hotel here. It's a fact. If they can spend billions, running to trillions, they are approving more money for coastal road. Can we channel that money into making sure that lives and properties are not lost every year? These are not just numbers. These are people's lives, livelihood, and life savings.
No, but talking about here, absolutely. Well, we have to wrap it up this month. I know we could get on and on when you give that voice like this. I know that we could just keep going, but we have to bring it to a wrap. I mean, this is also a call for the government to just do what's right. We can't just come every morning and be having this the warns. What are we supposed to do with the warning? Really, like, you need to act. But that's where we draw the curtains this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. And up next is the Business Morning. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Good morning and welcome to Business Morning here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the conversation for today. Nigeria's economic landscape remains volatile, with businesses operating under the weight of fluctuating exchange rates, persistent inflation, policy shifts, and sluggish consumer demand. In the face of all this, entrepreneurs and corporations alike are being forced to rethink everything from pricing strategies and supply chains to expansion plans and workforce decisions.
So what does the future hold? How can businesses not just survive, but position themselves for resilience and growth in this uncertain environment?
Now, joining us to unpack the challenges and explore possible path forward is Samuel Oyekomi, is the research and insight lead at Nuremberger Financial Group. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Samuel.
Good morning, Samuel. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, let's go into the conversation. Now, let's look. The first question is going to be from the state of the economy. How would you describe the current business climate in Nigeria, and what are the dominant pressures entrepreneurs are facing right now?
Yeah, I think when you look at the business landscape in Nigeria and the economy generally, I think it's no brainer that a number of business have been suffering quite a while. Either you look at it from the COVID-19 era, or then following the new administration's reforms and policies around exchange rate and subsidy removal. And a number of these things have really pretty much triggered some cost factors for businesses. One of them is high inflationary pressure, especially for businesses in the consumer goods sector, even generally in other industries who have to also deal with high energy costs, high transportation, high logistics costs. Even the cost of keeping inventory has surged significantly. Another huge part is also the high interest rate environment. MPR at 27.5% means that businesses have to now get cost of capital, cost of financing. They have to spend a huge amount of that. Many of them have to pay in excess of 22, 25 to 30% per annum on cost of borrowing. And those are very huge cost pressures for business. What you now see is some of those business who have the leverage to be able to pass on those costs to their customers would do that. While for those who are not, would now have to deal with thinner margins in terms of profitability. So it's really been turbulent in recent years, right? Characterized by those things I had mentioned. And are there light at the end of the tunnel? Well, maybe there is, but we'll keep looking at it.
All right, now from your analysis, what sectors are weathering the volatility better than others?
Okay, so from what I said, right, again, I said businesses who are able to pass on those costs to their consumers, either as a result of their services or goods being necessity, those businesses are able to weather that. And then when you look at that, try to compartmentalize it. Look at the likes of consumer goods business, who, of course, many of the things they sell are given goods where the average Nigerians just have to buy, of course, their necessities, food, agriculture, those people playing around the value chain in the agri system can as well also pass on those costs. We saw earlier in the year telecommunication companies were given the go-ahead to be able to increase their tariff. Of course, their service is quite a necessity in this digital world. So you'd see those kind of business also trying to weather that. Then look at the whole financial system, ecosystem generally, be it especially for those ones that are quite important. So the likes of banking system, which high interest rate, of course, favors them. When you look at it from a broader view, and then you look at things like fintech, who also are fintech companies who adopt technology with financial services, seen businesses around the asset management type things. You see investment portfolios doing well in recent years as a result of, again, these reforms that this new administration has bring to bear. So it's quite interesting for those businesses who are able to do well, given this current turbulent, interesting business environment.
All right, so let's move the conversation away from the state of the economy and now to policies. So to what extent do you think government policies, and when I mean government policies, I'm talking about FX and liberalization and subsidy removal, to what extent are they helping or hurting businesses' growth in real terms?
Interesting. So again, it's a mixed bag. You would have to look at it from two sides. I would speak now first as an analyst, someone who understands economy and then how these policies work. These are actually strong reforms, right? We could always question the fact that many of the policies were not well thought out in terms of the planning and implementation, but are they long-term, very strong structural reforms? Yes, I believe they are. And so for the economy long-term, it's good. Even for businesses long-term, as we've seen, investor sentiment has also improved in recent time. But on the flip side, it has really exerted short-term pressures on businesses and individuals. Inflation before the rebasing had found itself around the region of 33-34%. Those are very high numbers compared to where we used to be around 18-19%. And that has, of course, like I said, triggered a very hawkish policy stance from the CBN that has seen cost of borrowing also gone up significantly, and businesses have also had to deal with losses. So if you look at 2023, 2024, a number of business in the consumer goods sector, even telecommunications, pretty much all businesses that had exposures to foreign exchange had to record losses, huge FX related losses in 2023, 2024. And that, for many of them, even saw their equity, right, totally eroded and found themselves in negative equity position. So it's really been quite a roller coaster, short-term pain for most businesses, but are they still long-term good long-term reforms? Yes, they are.
All right.
So now, how are businesses actually adjusting to inflation and the unpredictable naira-dollar exchange rate?
Yeah. So again, businesses that of course offer services or products that are quite a necessity for Nigerian consumptions. We see them increase their costs, do a lot of regular adjusting in terms of their pricing, and that has helped them to stay afloat. We've seen some businesses restructure their books to stay away from FX denominated liabilities. We saw that happen. For example, last year MTN had to do like a deal or restructuring with IHC. So for some of their FX related liabilities that, of course, led them to print losses at that period. And we've also seen a number of business also told this part. So the pricing has been a strategy. Some business have also tried to, diversify their revenue stream beyond even product diversification in terms of looking for market segmentation and of course marketing strategy, but also try to also look at other markets across the Nigerian borders that can also help them to earn FX, of course, to hedge against FX volatility. But if for anything, what we have seen so far this year is that the exchange rate has pretty much remained stable. It has been around the region of 1,005 to 1,006. And if there's anything to take away from that is that we might see it around that region. And what it does again is that it helps business be able to plan for, again, their budgeting, their spending, and then also make them to project their revenue as far as the FX is stable. And we could say that we except for any more shocks, the exchange rate might just remain stable around those current regions, and that could help businesses going forward.
Yeah, okay. So don't you think companies are now more focused on survival than growth? Or are they still viable opportunities?
So it depends on how you look at it, right? And I think the era of survival is over. The era of business survival was last year. A number of businesses were trying to stay afloat, and we saw that even from the perspective of business confidence index, for example. Look at it from the PMIs. We're in the region of 48, 49, which of course suggests contraction in terms of PMI numbers. But what we've seen so far this year is that we have now moved to expansionary territories around 51, 52 index points so far this year. And then again, last year, of course, FX volatility, businesses were going through huge rough times. But this year, there's been some level of calm. So there's pretty much some form of recalibration. And what I see going forward into the second half of the year, into 2026, is that businesses who have now been able to weather the storm from last year are now going to project growth. So we've seen a couple of news, even foreign companies who are willing to now, increase their stake in the Nigerian business. In Nigerian businesses, we've seen directors of top listed companies in Nigeria also buying additional stake in their Nigerian businesses. And pretty much what it just speaks to tells you that businesses are now looking away from the period of the shocks that we had last year and have restructured, recalibrated, and pretty much recharting a course for expansionary growth. And I expect that to happen. Take a case in point, the banking sector recapitalization exercise, and it's pretty much happening generally across the financial services space, where businesses are now trying to recapitalize. And what that tells you, again, away from the regulatory side of things, which is a necessity for them to recapitalize, right? The businesses will now have to pump a lot more money, expand, do businesses, probably go open up businesses across the African continent and in other regions. And I think we are getting there. We are moving from the shocks, and then we are moving towards a calmer environment.
All right then. Now, how has investor confidence been affected in 2025, both local and foreign?
Okay, so domestically, I pretty much probably answered that just now. We're really in turbulent times coming into this new year. But what we've seen this year is that things are a little bit calmer. Of course, there are still one or two things here and there. There's still security challenges. There's still high cost of borrowing challenges. And there's, of course, we will just say fingers crossed those issues can be dealt with. Policy direction, of course, you can always anticipate if there's going to be rate cuts and if cost of borrowing is going to, of course, reduce in the near term. Of course, security, we probably can't say so much around that. When you look at it from the foreign side, and I'll take us back a bit, 3-4 years ago, we had a lot of exits from multinationals in the Nigerian economy, and that was on the back of the fact that the exchange rate environment was largely unstable. It was not a true reflection of what the exchange rate is supposed to be. We had a huge arbitrage, a huge differential between the official exchange rate and parallel market rate, and that didn't really give competitiveness, or wasn't really incentivized enough for foreign players to come in. But what we've seen so far this year, and we look at it from data that we can access, which is foreign portfolio investors, is that a lot of inflows had come in. And of course, because it is now easy to repatriate your funding, we're also seeing a lot of fundings going out. So it eases the level of FX inflows and FX outflows that you have in the economy. And that's what you want, some level of liquidity in terms of FX movement. And what that does is that it helps you stabilize your economy. So yeah, locally, investor sentiment has been good by different indices. So you're looking at business confidence index from different agencies. Look at PMI reports from the CBN. All suggest that the local business environment has improved compared to where we were coming from. And then from the foreign side, look at FPI's inflows in recent time. Yesterday, the NBS released capital importation figure for Q1. And FPIs actually rose to its highest level in, I say, Q1 2019. And what that tells you is that we are beginning to see foreign inflows hit the levels that they were before the COVID-19 pandemic. And then when you look at numbers like loans, usually you used to have a significant chunk of capital inflows being in form of loans. That fell to about $300+ million. So yeah, foreign investors is quite positive. Equities market has been quite bullish so far this year, and a lot of those, even if driven by local institutional and retail players, have also been driven by foreign portfolio investors in the equities market.
Right now, let's look at the global perception. Don't you think businesses still look outward towards exports and or foreign expansion, or are they turning inwards due to uncertainty?
I think it has to be both ways. Any good businessman would have to look both ways. Of course, look at your market segment, your audience. Consider where your products are most accepted or most in demand, and then you look at it. But I say a number of our businesses already looking, of course, outwards. Again, if for anything, especially because of the uncertainty around FX before now, a number of businesses want to be able to hedge against that, and then you see them looking for other markets with the advent of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We've seen Nigeria also participate actively in that. Some couple of weeks we had the AfrExim had a summit in Abuja where they had to do a lot of engagement around African trade. And I think businesses are beginning to toll that route. But a huge problem, again, happens to be the fact a number of our exports commodities oftentimes are in crude form. When you analyze our trade data, you realize that a number of those, if not about 90 to 92% of our export comes in form of crude and pretty much crude oil. And then those that are even agricultural commodities are in form of their raw forms also, which speaks to the need for financing and investment to go into the industrial and manufacturing industry so that we can start transforming some of these raw and crude items into better value that can also generate more value for us when we export. But yeah, it has to be two ways, looking outside for other markets that we could start selling into. And then locally, we pride ourselves as the largest country in Africa in terms of population. Population is over 220 million as of last quoted. Nominal GDP is in the excess of 300 trillion naira. So there's a huge prospect, a huge market for business to also want to leverage on. And we've seen businesses trying to do that, looking at other regions in the country. Of course, whenever people want to analyze the Nigerian market, you always want to say it's either within Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja. But what you also see in recent times is that businesses are now trying to move across different regions of the country. Again, it also speaks to different governments in the states to start providing an enabling environment for businesses to thrive in their local areas. And I think if we can achieve that, businesses will be able to spread across most areas in the country and then thrive, do good business.
Mm-hmm. All right. What unique challenges are actually small and medium-sized businesses facing right now compared to large corporations?
I think the first one would be access to finance, right? Large corporations, of course, they have a huge balance sheet that they could use as, in quote, collateral. They have the brand equity to use as collateral to take loans. So you see the large corporations issue CPs, commercial papers, issue corporate bonds at very interesting rates. And the chances are a number of investors will buy into that because they believe that they are solid, they are able to pay back those loans as a when due. But what you find with smaller business, particularly SMEs, is that they don't have that brand equity, they don't have that huge balance sheet that could serve as collateral for them to access this finance. So if and when they have to get those financing, they have to do that at very high cost. So that's a huge challenge for most business and pretty much access to finance. Then if you look away from that, you also see things around insecurity. And I think that's a challenge generally across the country. And it has always been a factor that had deterred most businesses from going into other regions away from the likes of Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja, like I mentioned. So that is also a major challenge. Before now, there used to be issues around not the simplicity of our tax environment, also regulation and different policies around tax paying. But of course, with these signed tax laws last month, we hope that from 2026, businesses will have a better glimpse or a better scope around their taxation, because it's actually a huge problem with businesses, because they, of course, the large corporations can hire the big fours to help them with their tax consulting job, but the smaller ones can't do that, and you might see that many of them find themselves paying multi-taxes. I know some will probably just run away as a result of not understanding what they need to do. But with the simpler environment, we could see that we could see that in better light in 2026. One other thing that I'll add before now was FX challenges, but again, so far this year it has been quite stable. Volatility has been with a region of 1 to 2%. So I think that has pretty much been resolved as of right now.
All right. You made us understand the funding parts that this SME need. So what about policy-wise, economically-wise? What kind of support do you think, these SMEs would need to actually create a difference?
Okay, so the solutions are in the problem. I mentioned first cost of capital, right, or cost of financing. So right now, MPR is at 27.5, which means if any bank is going to give you loan, something is going to be around that region, say 27.5 plus 100 or 200 bips, and that takes you towards 30%. That's huge cost of capital. So if we can find ourselves in low interest rate territory, or we have the likes of development finance companies, or even government through their different financing agencies, finance SMEs at probably single digit loans, I think that's going to help spur some level of expansionary activities. Of course, not at the risk of increasing the demand side inflation. Insecurity is a major challenge if the government, at all facets of the government, federal, state, and local, prioritize security such that businesses can be able to do do their business without the fear of intimidation or kidnapping or whatnot. I think that is also going to improve the level of confidence in terms of business. If we're able to tackle these two, I think all is now in the hands of businesses to be able to innovate, strategize, and be able to do good business. Generally, I would say that the government needs to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, and that speaks to cost of financing and then in security.
All right, then what should businesses be prioritizing in the last quarter of 2025 as they plan into 2026?
Interesting question, right? So I said earlier that businesses are already doing quite a number of things to stay afloat and then to ensure that business goes on. And one of those things has been significant cost costing, right? Business is really, when it comes to turbulent times or uncertain times, what businesses tend to do is that they try to manage their costs significantly. And I think that's something that every business should do going forward. Try as much as possible to structure your costs very well. Adopt some very sophisticated or whatever strategy, in some budgeting strategy that would help you to manage whatever uncertainty. And that could also be a function of scenario playing, right? Of course, when it comes to business analysis or budgeting, you also want to have different scenarios and different strategies across those scenarios. So a scenario that exchange rate rises to as high as 2,000 naira to $1, what would be your strategy? If it also strengthens and finds itself around the region of 1,002 or 1,000 to $1, what would also be your strategy? That helps you to be able to pick the best optimal strategies amongst your different scenario, of course, under decision making. So that's one. Businesses also need to innovate around customer retention strategies. You need to identify your customers and what they need or what they want so that you are able to create products and services that meet them. Of course, what you find most business do is that they do a lot of investment in research and development. And what that does is that it helps you constantly know what is happening in the market and constantly innovate to be able to meet these needs. I think that is also important for businesses. Diversification is also a function of your research, is a function of your innovation. So if you are able to innovate, research, know what the market wants, the chances are you are going to also be able to diversify your products and your services. And beyond diversifying your products and services, you're also able to diversify your markets. So when you understand what your local market is, and then you understand what other markets also want, which you can provide, of course, you are able to do that. And it's something very important in businesses, which they are already leveraging before now, is the advent of technology. The digital space is expanding aggressively. Nigerians, post-COVID, have understand that they don't want hassle to be able to get whatever product or services that they demand. They want it at comfort. They want to be able to access that financial service from the comfort of their phone. They want to be able to order whatever they want from their house, and then it's being delivered. And that's what you see a number of businesses do. So you look at other clients in the UK and US, consumer goods companies, even those who sell clothes, who sell luxury wares, shoes and bags, they now have their omni stores. They also have online stores that helps people to be able to order from the comfort of their house and then being delivered. I think that's something that businesses in the Nigerian space, in the grand scheme, really need to start looking at how to also tap into technology as a means to drive business and revenue growth. And I think if you're able to do that, of course, revenue stream is going to increase. When your top line increases and you're able to reduce or manage your cost, what happens is your margin profitability increases.
Thank you so much. Samuel Oyekomi is the Research and Insight Lead at Nuremberger Financial Group. Thank you for joining us this morning.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be having the second part of our conversation on Business Morning. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Yeah, welcome back to Business Money. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. Event planning in Nigeria is actually a very thriving and lucrative industry driven by the country's vibrant social culture, growing middle class, and increasing demand for professionally organized events. From weddings, birthdays to corporate functions, concerts, and even political rallies, event planners play a crucial role in managing logistics, design, coordination, and vendor management.
The sector is characterized by a wide range of players, from small independent planners to large events management companies. Success in the business depends on creativity, networking, attention to details, and the ability to deliver memorable experiences within budget and time constraint.
And technology, social media, and even digital marketing also play key roles in growing visibility and client reach. Despite challenges such as inconsistent infrastructure and fluctuating costs, the demand continues to rise, making event planning a promising venture in Nigeria's service economy.
Now, joining us on the show to proffer event business solution is Mrs. Elizabeth Seriki. She's a certified events planner and service delivery professional. Good morning, and thank you for joining us on Business Morning.
Thank you for joining
Good morning.
us. So
Good
very
morning.
quickly,
Good morning, everybody.
thank you for joining us. Very quickly,
Thank
what
you.
inspires event planning business?
Good morning. BDTV, I want to first of all say thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you this morning.
We really
Thank
appreciate you.
Yes. The question is, what inspires event planner to be in this business? It's actually to help people coordinate and see to it that everything they want as a social gathering comes out well. Make it memorable, make it an everlasting, events that they put in their memory. That's it.
All right. So, how do you think event business can be structured, and how has it evolved over time? Do you think it's stagnant? Do you think it's growing? How has the involvement been over time?
Should be said, before we talk about structure, we need to agree that event planning has evolved significantly in our lifetime now, where we used to have our cultural, religious festivals being managed by our families, managed by religious leaders, elder statesmen, and all of that. But in our today's trend and globally, we find that we have highly skilled, multi-billion-dollar industries where professionals like us are being engaged. And so when you talk of structure, we want to say it could be socially, it could be in the public. When you talk about socially, our birthdays, our anniversaries, our reunions, housewarming, and all of that. In the public space, we'll talk about festive events. We can also talk about concerts, which we all imbibe in. The corporate one is another different ballgame, where we have our AGMs, the conferences, trade shows, product launch, and too numerous, like we know it. And today we actually engage virtually and hybrid, and that is the trend that we've started using now. So it has somewhat in a very large extent. Yes.
All right. So what are the major sources of revenue in the event business?
Clients. First of all, clients. We get our revenue from the clients itself. Any event that has to come up, the client has to ensure that we work with their budget, and see to it that whatever the kind of event is, we're ready to put it through. We also look at NGOs, yes, and then sponsorship. Yeah.
Okay, so
some revenues that we can, that arises for events management.
Okay, so who are your target markets, and how do you attract and retain clients?
Our target market is everybody and anybody. Individuals, corporate organization, religious bodies, anybody that has a social gathering and needs us to actually, put together people, place, things that needs to be done for an event. So anybody can be our target market. It actually depends on what the event is.
So how do you retain them?
First of all, for someone like me, I believe in relationship and love, and then networking. Yes, I network a lot. I go to a lot of conferences and all of that. We see to it that we follow up on clients that enjoy our services. Whatever it is that we've done and they give us our feedback, we follow up with them and create a relationship. That way we are always in their, in their memory to call us back. And then I enjoy referrals most of the times with this job, yes.
So now, how do you identify and also respond to the changing needs of clients?
Sorry, come again?
I said, how do you identify and also respond to the changing needs of clients, the changing needs of clients? How do you respond to it?
Should be said, most times you see, you have situations where you need to have people fix you in with, their issues. And when you get into that situation, you face it up front. I don't know whether you want me to talk about when it comes to the budget.
Yes,
you want me to talk about the budget,
yes,
or talk about the weather as it were, or the economy? When the economy is not looking good, we need to ensure that we work with clients with an understanding that the way they give us what they want us to give to them, we are ready to produce maximally with the economical times. And then when we talk about weather, it emphasizes us to always get ourselves ready to whatever meets with us. I didn't really get that question right. Let me not lie. I didn't put it up there in my head, but with the times, we're talking about the economy, we're talking about the weather, we're talking about a lot of things when clients begin to change their minds with the way they want their events to look like.
Okay, now, so just take us through your typical process for planning and executing a successful event.
The process of it is, first of all, meeting with a good clients who wants you to plan and execute whatever it is that they're planning for. We can actually start off with an idea where you as the event planner becomes the one who brings about the ideas. We conceptualize ideas and structure what it is that the clients needs us to, align with the client's concepts and beliefs on what they want. However, something is off. Something's off. Yes, sorry.
All right, Ma. The planning and the process, like we understand, it has to do with your clients. Are you still there, Miss Elizabeth? Okay, I think we actually lost her for a bit.
Yes, hello.
Oh, okay. You were taking us through the process, how your typical process for planning and executing a successful event looks like.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, we're having issues here, and my network is. Give me a minute, please. Sorry, 1 minute.
Okay. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll still have Ms. Elizabeth telling us things we should know about event business in Nigeria. Just stay with us.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like...
All right, welcome back. We still have Mrs. Elizabeth Seriki, certified events planner. And before we went on that break, she was talking about a typical process for planning and executing a successful event. Ms. Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. I can. Apologies for that.
All right, so let's go straight into it. What's your typical process for planning and executing a successful event?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. First of all, for me, it's a God factor that has to do with all Thanksgiving for having the opportunity to be of service to anyone that comes my way. Then planning a successful event is all encompassing, really. Strategic thinking comes about what the client tells you he or she wants you to do. Then creatively, you begin to conceptualize what it is that you want to see true in the event. Organizing the event itself is, you have to have a strong belief in it, having the people, the personnel that have to work with you, and making it and coordinating the whole event in total. So planning an event starts from pre-planning, which has to do with the client's expectations and preference on how to go through their briefs with them, understanding their briefs, and because you need to understand what they want, how they want their events to be, and what they want to see prominent at any event. With this being said, we do our design stage, we do the layouts, we execute as plans in stages, as we unwrap the plans. And with that, we see to the beginning of planning this event and the process during the event, and after the event, the tear down. This is the way we plan and execute a successful event.
All right, then. So then how do you manage budgeting and timelines and also vendor coordination?
How budgeting for us is a little bit, budgeting for us will be more of how we meet with our different clients. Yeah. And having said this, budgeting is, as an event planner, is the expenses category that we all have to outline to bring about the success of an event. This way, we look at for the venue, a good venue, which has to work into a budget. We look for catering services. We look for all the supports and vendors that have to make a particular event work, like the photographers and all, everything that has to do with events. That way, the between us, the event planners, and the clients, we have to have an understanding on what he or she is ready to spend for the events. Yeah.
So let's talk about the biggest operational challenges you face in the Nigeria events industry.
First off, that would be, that should be, still on the budget too. The budget can make us not able to plan extensively on some kind of events where a client doesn't have that capacity to give you what you really need to bring their expectation to the way we have pictured it creatively in our minds. Also, a last-minute change in the client's decision can also affect us when we're operating on events that brings about challenges to the event planner. You know, a client can just tell you last minute they don't want certain things to happen, or they want certain things to appear. And at that, you have made your plans, you have structured what you want, and that has to be a give for the client's satisfaction. So all this draws about some of the challenges that we do.
Okay.
More so, we have cases where you have issues like the weather. Now we are facing a rainy season, and if the client doesn't listen to us on time, telling them that we need to get indoor facilities for their events, that brings about challenges for an event plan. A whole lot. Power supply. You might get, I've had experiences where we go to event domains, event hall, and before you know what's happening, they're letting you know that we can't use power, you know, the way we would want, especially when vendors bring in their gadgets, you know, surmountable gadgets that need power to give support to the event. All these challenges, as we see them, it brings about operational challenges during events.
Oh, wow. So lastly, what roles does social media play in building your brand and also reaching out to clients?
A lot, actually. A lot. It does a lot. One of is, it brings you out there. Like what I'm doing here with you people, it's a social media platform, privileged to be with you people today, and it enhances our businesses, okay, and showcases what we do in every aspect of our work as we run through it all.
What for your time?
And we're on to Elizabeth Seriki. She is an event management expert. Let me put it that way. Thank you so much for your time this morning on Business Morning.
Thank you for joining us, Ma. We really do appreciate you.
And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo. Keep watching Business Day television. Good morning.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 6th.
On this day in 1945, at 8:15 a.m. local time, the United States detonated the first atomic bomb in Hiroshima, Japan. The development of the bomb and its use against Japan would be the deciding factor at the end of World War II. Japan would surrender August 15, 1945. The US stock market would rise rapidly into 1945 as investors sensed victory approaching. The day after the bombing of Hiroshima, stocks would fall 1%, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average would rise by 20% from its level by the end of the year. Hiroshima, meaning Broad Island, is located on the delta of the Ota River, which splits into 6 channels and forms several small islets. The city was established in the 16th century as a castle town by the feudal lord Mori Terumoto, From 1868, it became a key military center, making it a potential target during World War II. Hiroshima remained untouched by air raids until August 6th, when a US B-29 bomber dropped the first atomic bomb. The explosion devastated most of the city. Initial deaths were estimated at over 70,000, with many more dying or falling ill from radiation in the following decades. Despite this devastation, Hiroshima began its reconstruction around 1950, starting with the rebuilding of the Inari Bridge. Today, it is the largest industrial city in the Chicago and Shikoku regions. Hiroshima hosts government offices, universities, and thriving industries including steel, chemicals, shipbuilding, and automobile manufacturing, most notably as the headquarters of Mazda Motor Corporation. The city is well connected by road, rail, and air, and includes a Shinkansen, that is a bullet train station, and an international airport. Also, on this day in 1962, after 300 years of British rule, Jamaica became an independent country through peaceful negotiations. Upon gaining independence, it chose to remain within the Commonwealth of Nations, recognizing the British monarch as a symbolic head of state. This transition marked a major milestone in shaping Jamaica's national identity as the country took full control of its internal affairs under a new constitution. Jamaica adopted a parliamentary democracy, retained English as its official language, and maintained Kingston as its capital. The Jamaican dollar became the official currency, and independence sparked a surge in national pride and cultural expression. Reggae music and Rastafarian culture rose to global prominence, while Jamaica's foreign policy began to focus on regional and international cooperation. This new era laid the foundation for Jamaica's modern political and cultural landscape. And finally, on this day in 1990, the UN Security Council imposed economic sanctions on Iraq, ruled by Saddam Hussein for its invasion of Kuwait 4 days earlier. The Persian Gulf War from 1990 to 1991 was an international conflict sparked by Iraq's invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990. Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein launched the attack with the likely goals of seizing Kuwait's vast oil reserves, erasing a significant debt owed to Kuwait, and boosting Iraq's regional influence. As the first major global crisis after the Cold War, the US-led military response marked a turning point and established key precedents for international military intervention in the years that followed. The UN swiftly responded to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait with sanctions via Resolution 661 on August 6, 1990. US troops arrived in Saudi Arabia the next day, and Arab leaders met in Cairo for an emergency summit. On August 10th, most Arab League countries condemned Iraq, though some, including Jordan and the PLO, supported it. Egypt and Syria backed Kuwait, having recently improved ties. Saddam rejected the Arab League stance and proposed resolving all regional occupation issues through the UN. He also sought peace with Iran, agreeing to its conditions to end the Iran-Iraq war on August 15th.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the big story, and we are joined this morning by Dr. Ruth Karachi Benson. Today we're speaking on Nigeria's 2025 WASSCE results, which have crashed to a 10-year low. Only 38.32% of students obtaining 5 credits, including English and mathematics, compared with 72.12% last year. Almost 2 million candidates sat for the exam, yet just 754,545 met the minimum benchmark. Well, this is not just a bad year. It's the clearest evidence yet that Nigeria's education system is in decline, and the consequences, if left unchecked, will shape the nation's future for decades to come. Today, we're joined by Dr. Ruth Karachi Benson Oji. She is the Associate Professor at Pan Atlantic University, and she tells us what this table-shaking result is telling us and where the hard work of fixing it must begin. Good morning and welcome to the show, Dr. Ruth.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much for joining this morning. Let me start by asking you this question. When you first saw this year's numbers, what crossed your mind? Do you think this is a one-off dip or evidence of a deeper rot in the educational system?
Absolutely, I'll go with the latter. And I think that it's about time for us to begin to bring all of the perpetrators of this to question. And by that, I mean that we should be progressing, but what we're rather seeing is a steady decline. Yes, there seems to have been a bit of improvement over the years, but with this one, especially considering what the examination body did to try to stem the tide of malpractice and cheating, then it's very clear that something is amiss in the system.
Right, and what would you say could be this single biggest driver of this sudden decline that we're seeing? I mean, according to the WAEC, which is the body which conducts these examinations, they had said that, you know, because of the new format which they decided to devise this time around, so students were not able to cheat. But some people would say maybe students these days are a little bit distracted. Some were also tied to perhaps not no good remuneration for teachers, for lecturers. So what would you say is the reason for this sudden decline?
Well, I wouldn't think that there is just one singular thing responsible for this kind of results that we saw. It's actually a complex interplay of several factors, ranging from all of the things that you've mentioned to the school system, the school educational system, and what they've put in place. So take, for example, the institutions themselves that organize cheating. I mean, that's a big one. When institutions demand of their students money in order to sort out supervisors and what have you, what does that tell the students? That they don't need to study, they don't need to prepare for exams because they're very much certain that they're going to pass their exams in flying colors. And so that's one. Anybody faulting what the examination body has done in terms of serializing the questions really has a lot of questions to answer, because I think that that's a step in the right direction. They were more or less taken unawares, and this is good for the exams generally. So there we have it, schools supporting students to cheat. And there we also have parents. And maybe this is not talked about so much. A lot of parents actually connive with school authorities to make sure that their students come out in flying colors. And I'm wondering why any sane parent would be doing that, because they're actually destroying their kids. So when kids know that their parents would go and pay money for them to pass their exams, why would they want to study? Why would they want to prepare? So that's a very big bottleneck. You have schools where parents come together and they're contributing funds to make sure that their children pass. And then who are these people in the school? Yes, maybe poor remuneration, and that again brings the government into question. Why aren't you remunerating your teachers enough? So why would teachers be interested in whatever tokens they're given? Maybe they're not even tokens, maybe they're good enough, juicy, and why would they resist them? All right, so from an ethical point of view, nobody is considering all of these things. Teachers feel that they are justified. Some teachers feel they're justified in accepting all of these kinds of monies just because they want to improve their standard of living. And then parents feel justified because, oh, well, I don't want to be in a parent meeting or forum and then say my child didn't do well. So the issues are there, and we have to begin to talk about them and find solutions to them.
Right. And we often talk about funding and infrastructure. How much of this problem is actually about the quality of teaching in itself?
Well, two sides to it. There are cases where people don't have the right infrastructure in certain schools. They keep complaining about not having the right infrastructure. So take, for example, no language labs in many cases. So how are they going to learn some topics in English language, for example? How are they going to practice what they're teaching in chemistry, physics, biology, when they do not have this infrastructure? Now that's on the one side. And that, again, says that the government has a lot to do in this regard. Maybe they are trying, but what we are seeing shows that they need to do more. Secondly, on the part of the kind of people employed to teach, well, we've heard it said that people come into the teaching profession simply because they think that they have no other job to do. With that kind of mindset, there's just no way that these people could impact. But we do have people who are there for what it's worth. They are real teachers. But again, do we have people who aren't qualified, who are teaching students? Absolutely. So maybe a screening has to be done now. Maybe people have to be employed intentionally based on the merits of the profession, that they do have these qualifications. Because again, these are the things that could contribute. You go to some of these so-called private schools and you see teachers who just have the school certificates. Their school sets, that's all. Now, what kind of learning would they impart to these students? Some would be teaching things that they do not know. And to my mind, this is actually where the foundational issues begin. So the students do not have the right foundation because the person teaching them isn't qualified and maybe isn't passionate about the job they're doing. So these are real issues.
And in this case, who then bears most of the responsibility in this case? Will it be the government? Will it be the teachers? Will it be the parents? Will it be the examination bodies? Which of them bears the most responsibility?
Well, if we're talking about employment of teachers, we know where that rests. If it's the government schools, they need to do more in terms of getting on board people who are really qualified and passionate about doing the teaching work, right? Then in terms of the examination malpractice, I think everybody needs to speak to themselves. So for example, my child is going to eventually go study medicine, and I'm interested as a parent to sort them out, right from primary school. I mean, this has eaten deep into the fabric of our nation. When students at the primary school level are being sorted out, they go for their common entrance examinations and answers are being called out for them to write. What are we doing? Both the parents who contributed money to give to the school authorities who perpetrate these acts should be called to book. I mean, everybody needs to sit up. We aren't helping these children. Now people make a joke about you going to the hospital and a doctor would ask AI what he should tell you. But are we getting the point? It's to say that they haven't really learned. While I would say categorically that there are those who are good at what they do, let's not dismiss this massive number of people who are not being helped. Maybe the children aren't really the problem. Maybe if measures were put in stricter proportions, they would sit up and study. Maybe if parents stopped enabling their children, and maybe if school authorities stopped enabling them and find sources of funding from other means, get to talk with the government. We're not remunerated well. What should be done? How can we make better propositions? Train the teachers. I mean, there are a lot of things that we've been talking about, and it's now time for action. In many spaces, people were mentioning all of these things. Now it's about time we sat back, put the cards on the table and begin to say, hey, all of us at these different quarters, what are we supposed to do? And then maybe have accountability mechanisms put in place to check that everybody is doing what they ought to do.
And speaking of action, if we were to take serious action today, how long are we going to, before we start seeing improvement? How long do you think it could take?
Well, it's really mind-blowing, I think, because this issue of cheating, malpractice, corruption, bribery, I think has eaten so deep into the fabric of the educational system. And I like that certain things have started being done, especially by the examination body, WAEC. And well, it might take some time, I think. And that's because you have to just start at every single level and quarter. And so from the primary school to the secondary schools, I mean, they do need to do intentional things, starting with changing the orientation and the mindset of these people who have to tutor the children. They have to be the ones who are committed to helping these children become the better version of themselves. And then for all of the reasons that they give for engaging in unethical practices, begin to say, okay, what's the way out? And then the government should be interested. Let the Nigerian government look into the educational system in terms of what the welfare of teachers generally are. In so many other climes, I don't want to name them, people are respected as teachers. But here in Nigeria, even up until the tertiary level, teachers, lecturers are struggling. And why is that the case? That's because it seems nobody really cares about their welfare. But if people are happy on the job, then they'll put in their best. I'm not saying that that's an excuse for them to get involved in underhanded, unethical things. No. My team and I once conducted a research with over 100 teachers somewhere in Lagos, and the same thing kept coming, the same story of lack of proper remuneration, lack of care and all. Until when? This is the same talk. When the budgets are being prepared, what portion of it is allocated for the education industry or sector? These are key questions that are begging for answers. And until, as a nation, we take education in Nigeria seriously, we'll continue to have issues like this. Because people want to be comfortable. And if you do make them comfortable, then maybe they will do the best that they can.
Right. And there've been conversations about, completely eradicating maybe these examinations. Perhaps they are not as useful as we think they are. I don't know your thoughts on this.
Okay. Well, I don't think they should be eliminated. I mean, the fact that they're happening is the reason we're seeing this decadence, right? So we need some kind of checkers in place. We need to know that certain things are happening in the educational system. Otherwise, when they, for example, yank off this kind of educational body or exams, how do we then know that we're doing what we're supposed to do? I do think it's important for students to have a certain kind of assessment. If the people who are proposing to stop the exams can come up with better alternatives, then we're up for listening to them, because no, we cannot scrap it when there are no alternatives in place. And this isn't just a Nigerian thing, it's a West African thing. And I mean, all of West Africa can be wrong in saying that this is what to do. Perhaps we just have to continue to improve the processes and make sure that students are really helped well enough for them to compete and do well in their exams, I think.
Right. And are you hopeful? I mean, we're wrapping up on the conversation now. So are you hopeful about the future of education in this country, or are you having some sort of worry?
I am worried. I am worried. But again, is there hope? Yes. If all parties involved can be truthful to themselves and can be willing to bring about a change, then the change will happen. I know that the times we live in now are very much dicey, quite a lot of things not going well on the global scale. But in our own little corners, we can try the best we can. And until we have that personal resolve at the individual schools, even with the educational bodies. So for example, who leaks the papers, right? Who's taking them out, and then on the morning of the exam, people have access to them and then begin to solve them and then send to the students. I mean, what accountability measures can be put in place? Can they track that these things do not happen? I mean, there are many 1,001 things, and that's why many of us are interested in matters like this, because we want to see today that we are having the right conversations, and beyond just talking, about this is that we are acting. So maybe the government wants to engage consultants like us and other people out there who can sit and say, let's try this, ABC. And when we start implementing the measures put in place, hopefully we can see a better tomorrow.
Right. One more thing before you go. I was going to ask this question. The reports show that one of the subjects which students failed woefully at were mathematics and English. Why would you say that happened?
Well, several factors. I mean, if students aren't well taught, then there's just no way they can do well. You have many cases you hear of a whole secondary school, for example, not having more than one math or English teacher. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How can this particular teacher be efficient? How can they teach? So even if there are two of them for a whole secondary school, I mean, who's kidding who? It's high time the government became interested in assessing the things that are happening in the individual schools and make sure that they're getting feedback. Maybe they don't get feedback enough. Maybe they're just seated somewhere and then who's government? The people, right? Go there and see what's happening. Maybe people aren't giving the real reports. And so when students aren't taught well, definitely they can't perform well. And that's just it. And then the students on their own part, I mean, there are students who, despite the negative situations around them, they'll pull through. Yeah, so that's why I said there needs to be a lot of reorientation on the part of students telling themselves, I want to be the better version of myself. I think they need a lot of this life skills talk, in schools. So they know that regardless of what you see here, you are the anchor of your future. So you need to tell yourself that you want to be good. And maybe from there, they can do more in terms of having tutorials and stuff like that.
All right. And any final words for us this morning?
Yeah, it's a wake-up call. I really do hope that this 38.2 pass rate, percentage of the pass rate, can make everybody wake up. Key stakeholders, players in the education field need to all get up and say, now we're going to have this retreat and we're going to see what the way forward is. We need to begin to have a reorientation that would see us pushing through to the desired goal. Otherwise, this will be all talk, and maybe another time we're here talking about this again without any action. So let's begin to act right now.
Very much, Dr. Ruth Karachi Benson Oji, Associate Professor at Pan Atlantic University. Thank you very much for joining us on Big Story this morning.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Well, this has been the Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we bring all of the trending stories on social media right to you. And of course, I'm joined today by the very, very amazing, delectable.
What people say amazing. Can we transform the word amazing to money?
Amazing.
We know we're a money gang, right?
Can you tell them your name?
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, let's begin with a shocking video which has been trending across social media and shows the Nigerian athletes running a 5,000-meter race in complete darkness. This happened during the trials at Yaba Tech Sport Complex. Now, these trials are part of Team Nigeria's prep for the 2025 World Athletics Championship in Tokyo. Now, there wasn't any form of light, just athletes running blind. Now, people online are calling it embarrassing and dangerous. But let's see the video first before the tweet.
Keep going. Keep going.
Literally,
Keep going.
All right, from that video, you saw everything was dark.
Honestly speaking,
I don't even know how they managed to be running on the track because there should be there are the lines, right?
Yes.
Will there still be in those?
Yes. So how that a normal racetrack is constructed is it has some bit of luminous. So the lines are meant to be illuminated with or without light, but not all racetracks do have it.
Right.
But away from the racetrack is the fact that electricity will not even be experienced full time during a trials like that. I mean, again, if you look at it, what stadium was it again?
Yaba Tech Sport Complex.
It is what we've been saying all along.
But why are they running? Why is it dark? Was this in the afternoon?
Basically in the evening.
So what? Because why is this? It's so dark.
So the thing is, I don't want to believe, because some people will now say, they'll quickly run to their defense to say, we already mentioned that 25 days, epileptic power supply, please bear with us. That's not part of it. They shouldn't even go there.
No.
This one was
out of it.
Yes, it's either a serious human error or it can't be act of God. It's human error. Really.
And there's also something in Nigeria where it's always like we always like to I'm trying to find the word. Now I'm lost for the word. We always try to project as if you get it the hard way, that's part of the training. So that could be part of it, like training. It's like when they learning with a manual car, better driver. So maybe like learning, driving in or running in darkness, then better.
If that is the case, then they should train under harsh conditions, not pitch darkness. Under the rain, cold, under the sun. This way to develop some level of resilience. But this one has nothing to do with that. It's just sheer irresponsibility of those who were supposed to make sure the electricity was uninterrupted. In this case, truth be told, if, like we always say, if someone comes to your home and sees you cleaning your shoe with your own t-shirt or your shirt, when he comes again, what do you think he needs to clean his own shoe? It's your shirt. So you see, charity begins at home. If we want the world to respect us, we must begin to understand that respect is not given, it is earned. And to earn it, we must do things that will enable us have shoulder upright in the eyes of the world. Now we'll talk about we want to host Formula One sometime, if we ever win that bid.
That's very laughable.
And it's strange because if we cannot be able to anticipate issues regarding as simple as electricity in this 2025, so how are we going to actually move out, have our head upright and bid for big events to come to Nigeria? those who are watching around the world, it's no news any longer that we have insecurity. Yes, we can manage that. Now, the fact that we have power as an issue, it goes to show you that if, for instance, there's an emergency, a person has to be moved to a theater or something, so there's no power. When you are in the sporting arena, there is bound to be, health crisis. Remember some Paraji that died, right, on the pitch. Okay, so anything can happen. If we continuously see a political power supply affecting simple things like this kind of trials, the world think we're a joke. They will say, wait a minute, are you saying that the generators cannot be, taken good care of? Is it that they didn't do their research? Let's assume they don't use generators, they use direct light from EKDC or Ikeja Electric or whichever it is, whichever company distributes power to them. Are you saying that they don't pay their bills so they can get adequate power supply? Or hold on 1 minute, there's something we're not seeing. Is it just possible that they were sabotaged? That's another part of saying.
You and this your conspiracy theories, but it would be nice for us to see some of the tweets right now. But when you mention that conspiracy theory, I don't always. I'm just seeing things.
It's just part of it.
Let's see the tweets. CJ says our president says if he doesn't give us 24 hours light in 4 years, we shouldn't vote for him. The one and only promise he made verbally, and I will hold him accountable too.
I beg to differ.
Rose says they can't even see where they are going to, and someone is shouting, keep going.
Now that one was quite funny though.
Let's see more reactions. Yakubu says this is totally not acceptable. Why bring this trial to Yabatech when we know of all of this? MKO Stadium just hosted Sports Festival and on the 2018 CAA. Why not use that? Let's see if we have more reactions on social media. Lassie says, and yet we see $100,000 to give each football player while sports infrastructure no day. That's something to ponder on if you ask me.
Again, this person has mentioned the 100K. It has now become, I'm surprised one of our major artists have not sang a song about this 100K because everybody's talking about the 100K, 100K, 100K.
If I want my own.
You know what I'm saying? And then before
like Bona says, make men taste this cake.
Before know what's happening right now, to become an order of the day. Come, let me give you 100K. So just keep quiet. I know I'll give you 100K now, you keep quiet. But however, though, it's good to find the funny side of this one. But the fact that you have our athletes running in pitch darkness shows one thing. I always look at it from the flip side. One, the ability to deliver, come what may. Nigerians are very strong and resilient kind of people. If this happened abroad, stop. Let's avoid any, casualty or any incident or whatever it is. Nigerians will tell you, come what may, rain, sunshine, darkness, light, no sun, no moon, whatever, we are on the track. This goes to show you something, that the level of hardship in this country, the level of, insecurity and everything, you have no other choice but to succeed. And so, if whoever it is that is like the official there has not said, stop running, you keep running until you get there. Everybody wants to succeed. So the guys who are actually on the track, they are teaching us something. Matter of fact, they're even putting all their hands and fingers and laughing at those who are responsible for giving that electricity, saying, look, you want to sabotage us. It's not work. I call it the sabotage. Why? Are you telling me that trials that was supposed to happen in particular, they didn't do all their recce 2 days before, check generators, check everything, make sure diesel was okay, was enough, make sure nothing goes wrong. All that was checked properly. But yet, there was pitch darkness. So it goes to show you, it's not village people, or maybe it might just be village people.
Anyway, let's move to our next conversation this morning on social listening here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, where resident doctors are calling out the government for rewarding football and basketball teams with millions while ignoring doctors for unpaid salaries and poor working conditions. Speaking of what you're saying, they say the Super Falcons and the Tigers got national honors, apartments, and millions in cash, while doctors who stayed through the pandemics and insecurity get nothing but empty promises. As a matter of fact, they're not even getting paid. We're not even asking for bonuses here or gifts. They're not even getting paid. According to the doctors, the same money used to reward sports stars could pay a month's salary for 16,000 doctors. Now, many of them earn less than 250,000 naira a month, and they are asking for fair treatment. I stand with the doctors. This is ridiculous. You know, when I can imagine how it feels when you see all of those people. Okay, you are seeing those gifts moving all around, and you are like, it's the same government, and you're not even getting paid. And these guys literally work
round the clock. So, just to do justice to this particular issue, because it's an issue that cannot be swept under the carpet. Matter of fact, it is so dire that if we do not let them watching at home know the importance of it, we've not done our own part. Which is this: that 100K compared to what we're wasted,
right?
Compared to infrastructure that money has put in and yet still dead on arrival. Good example, our refineries. Compared to the money that has been dumped in what I call it duplicated efforts. Yes. Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. We already have a road to Calabar. Why the coastal road again? The amount of money dumped into those areas, we can afford to say, wait on those projects. What are the 5 essential things that should not be joked with, as in no jokes at all, should not be toyed with in this country? Security, healthcare, electricity, right? Of course, food security is part of it. But more importantly, security, healthcare, education. If we get these 3 right, Nigeria will be the big admiration of the world.
Security, healthcare, education.
Yes. The amount of money government spends in running the government itself is ridiculous. I tell you, some of these senators and whatever, if you hear the package you go home with, can we not do a sieve? Can we not learn from our grandmothers and our grandfathers in the village that use rice and the sieve and they bring out the shaft and they use the product? Can't we do that and remove the shaft? There are some certain people who look good, but they are not good people. Take them away from the government. Let us be able to mop those monies and pay the salaries of our doctors and nurses.
Can we take a look at some of the tweets on social media, some of the reactions on social media? Let's see what our listeners are also saying. Oluwale says, the money is too much. It's a reckless donation. 150 million for winning a cup that has been won 9 times. What if it was World Cup? What will be given to them? Let's see more reactions. Utibe says, the presidency forgot the exchange rate while making that donation. This is discrimination against other hard-working Nigerians. Okay, let's see more. Chudi Agu says, our position isn't to begrudge the Super Falcons or the Tigers. They are well-earned celebration. Rather, we ask for the same level of political will and financial commitment for healthcare workers who have quietly kept Nigerians alive through pandemics, insecurity, and chronic underfunding. That's a well thought out comment from Paul Trudy right there.
I think Trudy hit the nail on the head.
Yes, I mean, it's talking from the point of, firstly, let's establish that we're happy that they're being celebrated. They've also done very well for the country.
No, of course they have.
They have done very well, and there's also need to reward.
I mean, back to
good work.
Look, it's beginning to look as if we are in an era where women are dominating. Back to back, I appreciate it. Back to back, giving them gifts, good and fine. I still maintain the stance that we have this money 100 times over. It is there. That's why you see me howling over wasting money on projects that look. If we don't do those projects, Nigeria will not collapse. But the one that's important that can make Nigeria collapse is healthcare, if not put in place. Can you imagine if our doctors and our nurses shied away, ran away during the pandemic?
Exactly, and that's a comment that there was a comment on the screen where someone says that can the Falcons and Tigers play the game till they are 40?
Of course.
Will they win every time? Definitely no. Will they get pension and gratuity? So why unnecessary comparison? Okay, I think this person is making a case here, and I think that case is also something
for the Tigers and the Falcons.
Yes, so the person is saying that, look, I don't think there's a basis for this. These guys, I'm not going to be. I mean, it's actually true. I didn't see from that angle,
kind of,
because they have a shelf life, so to speak.
Most definitely.
Most times from 30s, in your 30s, you're already, you are retired. You're more like at your retired.
Some of them are getting they're 41.
No, and they're playing with mention. And how well are they playing? Are they amongst them? No, let's.
The efficiency.
Once you get to in the 30s as an athlete, most times you're already saying, okay, it's already time to say peace out. So I think what that person is saying is that, look, let's extend some grace. Doctors are going to keep doing this thing. Some doctors are still doctors till they're 60, 65, and they're going to get pensions. They're going to get gratuity. It's true, truly. These athletes don't have pensions. I think that's what that person is saying, but I don't know for sure. So I need to find out. But saying they don't have pensions, they don't have gratuity. So we're talking about two.
So soft pedal.
Yes.
Okay, so in the spirit of soft pedaling, right? Can we say that they should return half of that money so we can pay doctors?
This is your soft pedaling.
Let's give us back on that, back $50,000 so we can put that money. You know, we're a business station. Let's put that money into our health.
For the doctors?
Yes.
Okay.
I root for the doctors. $50,000.
We're rooting for them too, but I don't know that will be happening. Like how would that ever happen? No, seriously, soft pedal. I don't see how that's going to happen. But you know, I really, really sympathize with the doctors. Really, I think they must get their paid. I can imagine how bitter some of them will be.
If I was a doctor and a healthcare, practitioner, I will feel not necessarily disgruntled, but I will feel bad knowing that, okay, so I am not in my prime, like 20-something or 30-something, to go, defend Nigeria when it comes to sporting events. But the fact that I'm into essential service, I should be treated nicely. But truth be told, like I said before, we have this money. Our leaders have not seen it as a priority yet. Wait until a huge pandemic hits Nigeria and they say, look, we're going on strike. I bet you, from nowhere, $5 billion will come out. That's how we are in this country. We respond to things, whether we react, we don't preempt, which is a big problem. We anticipate to say this can happen. Why don't we sort this out? These are very key areas. You want to call them 7-point agendas? Be my guest. Healthcare, education, security, power, for crying out loud sake. We can get this thing done. Come 2027, should I go and
I think you should campaign because this is a good manifesto. What would be the tag?
Let's see. Power to the people.
Power to the people, yes. And our focus will be on energy and how energy can power
to the
a
people
nation.
of business, since we're a business team. If you're
of
business.
Okay. Well, that's what we have to live with this morning on the social listening segment today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until next time.
I had fun though.
Yes, I did as well. Until next time, stay with us on BDTV. Up next is the 11 a.m. news. Do stay with us. Keep it tuned.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you comprehensive insight into what's happening in the financial markets. I am Norma Obodna, your host. Before we get started, let's look at some of the business news making the rounds. The headlines. Leadway Assurance partners EcoBank to expand access to insurance solutions. Linkage Assurance shareholders receive bonus issue as revenue surges 50% in 2024. Boas Cement, NML were lead gainers as NGX rallies 0.50%, year-to-date return hits 40.68%. Nova Bank seeks to change operating license from national to regional bank. Coronation to list infrastructure fund on NGX after record capital raise. Foreign investment into Nigeria soars by 67% to $5.6 billion in Q1 2025. Now let's begin the news here, where Nigeria's leading insurance provider, Leadway Assurance, has entered into a strategic bank assurance partnership with EcoBank Nigeria Limited. The alliance aims to deliver integrated insurance offerings to EcoBank's employees, customers, and small business owners, embedding access to life, health, motor, and home insurance directly into banking touchpoints. This move is positioned to advance financial inclusion and make insurance more accessible to Nigerians. According to Leadway's Director of Sales, Retail and Partnerships, Kike Lomo Fisher, the collaboration is about simplifying insurance and making it a part of everyday life. By leveraging EcoBank's vast network, she noted the initiative will bridge Nigeria's insurance gap, offering customer-focused solutions right where and when people need them most. EcoBank's head of distribution channels and sales, Ademola Ogunyemi, added that the partnership supports the bank's vision of creating a one-stop hub for financial services. The rollout will begin in select EcoBank branches nationwide, with trained product champions guiding customers through options such as group life cover, personal accident insurance, and term life policies. Also, Linkage Assurance PLC has posted a robust performance in its 2024 financial year, with revenue rising 50% to 22.2 billion naira from 14.84 billion naira in 2023, despite a tough operating environment. At its 31st annual general meeting in Lagos, the underwriting firm reported a slight 3% drop in profit before tax to 5.3 billion naira, alongside a 5% increase in investment income and other revenues to 9.48 billion naira. Total assets climbed to 65.68 billion naira from 51.33 billion naira in 2023. Chairman of the board, Joshua Fomodo, credited the results to sound executive management, underwriting discipline, prudent investments, and strong corporate governance. Shareholders approved a 1-for-5 bonus issue amounting to 1.54 billion naira, capitalized from retained earnings in anticipation of possible industry recapitalization. They praised the board's decision, noting the company's resilience and capacity to meet claims. Managing Director and CEO Daniel Bray attributed insurance revenue growth to expansion in motor, fire, oil and gas, marine, and general accident lines, supported by broker-driven distribution. Insurance service results surged 193% to 766.9 million naira, while claims paid totaled 4.58 billion naira, reinforcing the firm's commitment to honoring obligations. Moving on, Nigeria's stock market rallied for the second time this week, gaining 0.50% on Tuesday as investors snapped up shares of top-performing companies. The all-share index, ASI, rose to 144,796.37 points, while market capitalization rose to 91.61 trillion naira. The market's year-to-date return has now climbed to 40.68%. Boas Cement led the gainers, surging 10% from 155 naira to 170 naira 50 kobo. Nigerian Animalware PLC and Need International Pharmaceuticals also recorded 10% gains, closing at 29.70 naira and 7.70 naira respectively. ICO Insurance and Mutual Benefits Assurance joined the top advances, with both stocks gaining 10% each. Analysts at Vetiva Research say the bullish trend is supported by lower interest rates and dividend expectations, but advise caution after the sharp rally. Trading volumes sold at over 1 billion naira shares worth 22.84 billion naira in 308.93 deals. Active stocks included ICO, Fidelity Bank, Universal Insurance, and Veritas Capital. In other news, Novo Bank has announced plans to transition its operating license from a national commercial bank to a regional commercial bank, in a strategic move aimed at optimizing operational efficiency and focusing on key markets. The bank said the shift will consolidate strengths, streamline services, and enable more effective capital deployment. It is applied to the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, for the license recategorization following a review of its growth trajectory and capital strategy after CBN's revised recapitalization directive in March 2024. Acting Managing Director and CEO Mrs. Chinwe Ilogalu described the decision as a prudent approach to sustainable growth, noting that shareholders have committed to injecting an additional 24 billion naira before the end of 2025 to exceed the regional banks' capital requirements ahead of the 2026 deadline. GCR recently reaffirmed Novo Bank's BBB rating with a stable outlook, citing strong liquidity, improving earnings, and sound asset quality. Despite the license downgrade, Nova will expand its branch network in Owerri, Port Harcourt, and Abuja while investing in digital infrastructure. Chairman of the board, Mr. Phillips Oduzua, said the recalibration positions the bank from optimal growth and capacity building with a plan to return to a national license within 36 months. Meanwhile, Coronation Asset Management, a provider of managed funds and customized portfolios and offers investors access to diverse asset classes and tailored solutions, is set to list its Coronation Infrastructure Fund, CIF, on the Nigerian exchange, following a record-breaking 8.79 billion maiden series one capital raise, the largest debut of an infrastructure fund in Nigeria. The listing will see 87.9 million units priced at 100 naira each, made available to institutional and retail investors, providing greater access to infrastructure-focused investments. The CEO described CIF as both a strategic investment tool and a nation-building mechanism, channeling capital into critical sectors such as transportation, utilities, energy, telecommunications, real estate, and social infrastructure. Head of Asset Management, Mayowa Ikotun, emphasized that the fund targets high-impact projects, delivering long-term returns while addressing developmental challenges. Since launch, CIF has distributed over 1.7 billion naira in dividend across 2 income cycles and was recently named Nigeria's best performing median infrastructure fund by Gazette International Awards. Analysts say the NGX listing will boost market visibility for infrastructure as an investable category. And to end the business news this morning, Nigeria recorded a total capital importation of $5.642 billion in Q1 2025, a 67.12% increase from the $3.376 billion in Q1 2024, and a 10.86% higher than the $5.059 billion posted in Q4 2024, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. Portfolio investment led inflows at $5.204 billion, followed by other investments at $3.17 million, while foreign direct investment stood at $126.29 million. The banking sector attracted the largest share with $3.127 billion, representing 55.44% of the total. The UK was the leading source of capital with $3.68 billion, that is a 65.26%, trade by South Africa at $501.29 million and Mauritius at $394.51 million. Abuja FCT topped as the prime destination, receiving over $3.047 billion or a 54.11% of total inflows, followed by Lagos with $2.564 billion and Ogun State with $7.95 million. Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited received the highest capital importation at $2.103 billion, ahead of Stanbic IBTC Bank PLC with $1.398 billion and Citibank Nigeria Limited with $1.052 billion. And that's it for now on the business news this morning. After the break, we'll return with an update from the markets of yesterday.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Economy and Markets here on BDTV, where we give you comprehensive insights into what's happening in the financial markets. I'm your host, Norma Obona. Let's take a look at the updates from the markets yesterday. Now, it was another bullish day at the Nigerian exchange as the all-share index climbed at 724.59 points to close at 174,769.37, marking a 0.50% gain. This extends the NGX year-to-date return to an impressive 40.68%. Now, the market capitalization rose to 91.63 trillion naira, while investors exchanged over 1.02 billion shares valued at 22.84 billion naira across 38 and 932 deals. Now, in the top gainers chart, it was a clean sweep of 10% gains. Boas Cement surged to 170.50 naira, while Nigerian Animal Wear closed at 29.70 naira. Nimed Pharmaceuticals closed at 7.70 naira, and ICO Insurance closed at 2 naira 64 kobo, and mutual funds benefits assurance rounded it off at 2.20 naira. And on the flip side, the biggest laggards were Living Trust, down nearly 10% to 5.94 naira, and UPDC rates, Academic Press, and Mercure all losing over 9%, while Cadbury Nigeria dropped 7.35% to 63 naira. Now, among the most actively traded stocks, ICO Insurance led the pack with over 97 million shares, followed closely by Universal Insurance, Linkage Assurance, and Fidelity Bank with 1.24 billion naira in traded value. And we also have Veritasi Capital rounding all out the top 5. Now, let's turn to the global scene. In the US, markets dipped also. The Dow Jones lost over 0.14%, while the S&P 500 fell at 0.49%, while the Nasdaq Composite slipped 0.64%. In contrast, Asia was largely positive, having Japan's Nikkei rising to 0.64%, and South Korea's Core-PC gained 1.60%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng added 0.64%. Now let's move over to Europe, where the FTSE 100 and the CAC 40 and DAX all posted modest gains. And finally, to the currency markets. In addition, the Naira traded at 1,526 Naira to a dollar, while it traded 1,769,000 Naira to the euro and 2,029 Naira to the pound sterling. And now that brings us to the end of yesterday's market updates. After the break, we'll return with a conversation about MTN's Nigeria performance in H1 2025.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. And in case you're just tuning in, this is Economy and Markets here on BDTV, where we give you comprehensive insights into what's happening in the financial markets. Now let's shift our gears and head to a conversation on the MTN Nigeria's performance in H1 2025. In a stunning reversal of fortune, MTN Nigeria has delivered one of the most dramatic comebacks in the markets this year in the corporate scene. From a staggering 519 billion naira loss in the first half of 2024, the telecoms giant has bounced back to post a 415 billion naira profit in H1 2025. That is not just a discovery, but an entire statement. Driven by surging data demand, strategic price adjustments, and improved macroeconomic stability, MTN service revenue jumped over 54%, while EBITDA more than doubled, crossing the trillion naira mark. The company is also pouring massive investments into infrastructure, launching West Africa's largest Tier 3 data center and expanding its fintech footprint. But this momentum, is it sustainable? And how might it shape investors' sentiment in the months ahead? Joining me now to unpack the numbers and outlook is Kayode Eseyin, a research associate at Cardinal Stone Securities. Good morning, Mr. Kayode.
Yeah, good morning.
And welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Now, quickly, let's jump right into this conversation with some of the top questions. So, what were the main drivers behind this robust turnaround in service and the total revenue?
So, I think for the first half of 2025, or at least at the start of the year, there were talks about a tariff increase or implementation of a repricing for the entire sector as a result of the fact that we haven't seen anything of sort for close to a 10-year period, right? And though, I mean, towards the end of last year, it was starting to look like it became very clear that the tariff implementation was going to happen. I think the only question as of then was when it was going to happen. And so following the NCC's approval that came in around February, late February, if I recall correctly, it was clear that the modes for the sector, or particularly for MTN, were pointing significantly upwards. And so the main driver for the earnings recovery, though that's not the only support they got, was the price increase that they following the approvals. And so as a result, if you check the earnings release, we saw strong growth in both voice and data revenues. Data in particularly grew by about 69%. And that's partly because of the tariff increase of about 50%, like I mentioned earlier. But interestingly, right, we are seeing that even despite the price increases that came in, with demand for data products is quite robust and strong. Even going by NCC data, for example, we saw for that total data usage for the entire industry for at least the most recent data that has come out from the NCC shows that we are currently even higher than average data usage in January, which is interesting because generally speaking, when you have a 50% price increase, you don't expect, the normal expectation, depending on elasticity of demand anyway, is that there will be some pullback in prices. And though there was an initial pullback, the data usage has recovered strongly, indicating that there is demand for these products, and these products are relatively inelastic. And so to your question, the main drivers for the price increases and still very robust demand for data services and voice.
Okay, so what specific cost and efficiency initiatives supported such strong margins that we saw from MTN half this year?
Oh, okay. So for margins, right, one of the benefits of having a bad year really is the fact that it gives you an opportunity to basically learn from your mistakes or find out or figure out a way to do business better. And that's what MTN in particular did the last year and the past 2 years. So for one, they tried as much as possible to de-risk their balance sheet. That is by making sure that quite a number of their sources, of their cost items rather, are localized or nairalized, if you will. So essentially before, they were exposed significantly to FX volatility as a result of the fact that a large portion of their lease payments were in dollars or dollarized, not necessarily paid payments in dollars. Most of them actually were paid in naira, but they were dollar linked. And so the devaluation meant that margins were pressured on that front. And then also there is also the energy inflation pass through from their lease components. And so the renegotiation of the lease contracts essentially meant that the pass-throughs from these components are capped. And then the move to deleverage their balance sheet, to move away from having high dollar liabilities, also meant that at least finance costs and associated costs associated relating to dollar components were minimized. And so the lessons from last year were taken, and they restructured their business operations and even their balance sheets to protect themselves from FX devaluation and energy price volatility. And we are starting to see the benefits of that.
Now to the next question. You see, in H1 we saw MTN's capex hit over 560 billion naira. How are these strategic investments expected to contribute to the revenue and margins in the medium term?
Okay, and so for MTN, right, if you look across them at their history, the company has been quite aggressive in investing in the Nigerian space. I think at some point they were the poster boy for, and I think they still are, for investing in Nigeria and believing in the Nigerian story, dating as far back as, they have over 2 decades of business experience in this industry. And the momentum that we saw, at least going by their history up until the FX and volatility crisis, gives reason to support their optimism in the country. And it's no surprise really that following the tariff implementation, right, they are ramping up capex again. And that's because, like I said, they've made quite a lot of investment in the Nigerian story, and they have reaped quite the profits anyway. And so going ahead, especially when you look at the Nigerian healthy demographics and the fact that, like I said, the demand for their product is relatively inelastic, and so there is more than enough reason to cheer. And so going forward, what we expect is that these capex surges will continue, though in H1 in particular, part of what we saw in the H1 capex was a front-loading exercise, but nonetheless, capex for this year would likely come in strong as the company tries as much as possible to ramp up its network coverage, extend its both 4G and 5G coverage, and just ensure that data services and even voice services are available to subscribers as when it is needed. And so the impact of this again would mean that MTN is likely to continue to remain its industry leadership position. MTN is also expected to benefit significantly from this expanded reach and coverage, and this would bode well for shareholders in the long term. And so the investment we are seeing in that space is likely to continue.
Okay, let's go to their share price. This year it has reached over 470 naira. Are the fundamentals strong enough to support the rally?
So at current prices, okay, let me start from where we are coming from. I think sometime last year, MTN was trading way below a 200 naira mark, which as of then, depending on how you choose to look at it, made a lot of sense, especially if you look at the fact that the company's equity position was quite was essentially negative, right? Yes. And even though they were starting to recover, there were signs of recovery then, it remains to be seen how far or how fast the recovery was going to come in, right? And so in Q1 this year, following the tariff increases, I think that's part of when the market really changed in terms of its sentiments towards the stock, because following the Q1 release, that's when the majority of the bull run started to come in. And then going by their Q2 numbers, right, it's starting to look like the market optimism is quite justified, especially when you look at the earnings standalone and say even try and analyze it over a 1-year period. You start to look like MTN today is significantly even better than it was, say, 3-4 years ago, despite the fact that they still have some weakness in terms of their equity position. And even on that point, right, the expectation is, going by their Q2 run rate, is that by Q3, Q4 and failing, but mostly Q3, the company's equity position is likely to turn positive, right? And so momentum is quite strong for the company in the current year. And then if you even look far ahead, say 1 year, 2 years, 3 years from now, it's starting to look like MTN might actually outperform its own historical trend, especially with the added impetus or strength of tariff increases that have been granted to them. And so it's really starting to look like the value was justified. And though it's a bit elevated at current levels, I think this is the all-time high for MTN 471, 480 levels. I think it traded at 480 at some point.
Yeah.
But if you look at it from the fact that it's an all-time high, it might start to look really worrisome. But if you look at earnings forecast or earnings momentum for the company, you would say that, Q2 earnings standalone was basically an all-time high for the company. So maybe indeed it's starting to look like the rally is supported by strong fundamentals. But yeah.
Okay, so you've been speaking about the tariff increase. Of course, is one of like the major the major influences. But what extent do you think that the tariff increase drove the investor demand for the stock?
Okay, so I think that was the major kick for me, because the growth story was there. Q4 earnings was positive. Q1 was even better. Depending on how you look at it, right? But the tariff kind of set the pace really, because it just indicated to the sector as a whole that things have changed. It was a major turn around the corner, especially because most of these telcos haven't been able to raise prices for over 10 years, right? And despite that flattish pricing, they still were able to report significantly impressive growth within that same period, relying mostly on volumes. By volumes, I mean data usage per subscriber, voice usage per subscriber, and the likes, right? So, and that momentum is still there, because the main drivers of that momentum has always been Nigeria's youthful population, large population to even start with, and the fact that we live in a connected age, and people are increasingly reliant on technology as a means of communication and staying in touch with their loved ones, and even as a means of working really. And so the demand story was there, but the pricing story was off the table basically as a result of the regulator's disposition, right? And so bringing back the pricing disposition to the table essentially signaled to the market that, okay, this might be the start of a new era for these telco players, and that's part of why I would say the majority of the reason as to why investor demand for the stock really picked up.
Okay, so when is the return to positive shareholders' equity expected? And what do you think are the expectations for dividends or capital raises?
Oh, okay. So I'll take the dividend question. Let me start with the equity position.
Okay.
And so the equity position is likely to come in positive by the end of Q3, going by their run rate. And I think that's, like I said, because of the earnings momentum that the company was able to deliver in Q2. What they have to do is to repeat the same performance in Q3, and I don't see why they can't. If anything, I think that's even more like a bear case scenario, right? Because the company has a track record of outperforming its own historical trends, really. And so we expect them to come in positive at Q3. And on dividends, right, the major reason why the company hasn't been able to pay dividend for the past 2 years was the fact that they have a negative equity position, right? And so what that means is that the moment this equity position is now positive, the moment the balance sheet restructuring, so to speak, is complete, right? There is no real encumbrance on them paying dividend. And so though it's a bit too early to call, there is a possibility, there is a world where MTN might actually deliver some dividend to shareholders this year, and by this year I mean FY25 numbers, and so it is like very likely. But if I were buying the stock ahead of dividend, I won't put too much thought into that, because if I told there will be a dividend this year, going by the earnings run rate, it might not necessarily be up to historical levels, especially because they just recovered from the negative equity position, and with the normal expectation or the normal thing to do is for them to essentially build up some level of buffers for their balance sheet to protect against uncertainty. So, but as regards dividend, there is a possibility where they might pay something this year, but I mean, it's from next year when we really start to see MTN return as the dividend king that it used to be. I think going as far back as, or at least pre FX loss era, MTN has a history of paying about 70 to 80% of its profits as dividend. So we might start to see that coming from next year. But for this year, if at all they do any dividend, it's going to be signaling as they try as much as possible to build up their buffers in the immediate. As for capital raise, right, when the FX issue started and it was starting to look like they might have some equity position issues, right? There were talks about whether they come to capital markets to raise capital to support the balance sheet. But I mean, now that the crisis is basically over and we are seeing the company return strongly to strong earnings, it's starting to look like coming to the market to raise capital for the balance sheet might not necessarily be it's not a necessity for them anymore. All they have to do is maintain the current earnings momentum and they'll be out of the woodwork in that phrase. Though there has been talks about the company coming to the market, that's the parent company coming to the market to sell some of it, to reduce some of the stake rather in the Nigerian subsidiary. And we don't have an exact timeline on that, but going by the body language of the parent company and the group president rather, the indication we got was that they would like the company to return to a positive equity position first before they come to the market to sell their shares. And it only makes sense, right? You don't want to sell basically at the bottom of the barrel. Now that we have seen strong earnings momentum and share price momentum and the likelihood of a continuation or a return to a positive equity position in the third quarter of the year, we think that the imminent capital raise, or not capital raise, MTN parent company is likely to come into the market anytime soon to sell, to reduce its stake in its Nigerian subsidiary.
We let you go. Some analysts are looking at the target price to be 560 naira. What is Cardinal Stone projecting? What do people think is going to be the target price?
So currently, the stock, like I said earlier, has witnessed quite a very strong positive earnings momentum. Though I'll stop short of giving an actual a definitive target price, but I would say that going by the earnings momentum and just general quick evaluation of the company, there's a high chance that we might see the stock maybe above 500 sometime before the year runs out. But I mean, that would depend on a number of things, right? We still also need to look at the fact that there's a strong expectation of profit taking, especially considering the rally we've seen in the first half of the year for the stock. So I think currently we just maintain a cautiously optimistic outlook on the ticker. But overall, it's a fantastic company with strong earnings momentum.
Thank you so much, Kayode, for staying with us and giving us your insights on this very important topic today. And to our viewers, we also want to say thank you for sticking with us. This is Economy and Markets. I am Norma Obona for BDTV. Up next is the newspaper review.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now let's see what's making the headlines. Naira remains stable despite declining FX inflow. Party and Partners redeem 10 billion Naira bond. Sanusi lists poor infrastructure, smuggling and weak copyright laws as major threats to Nigeria's textile revival. Israel eats UN clinic, kills 23 Palestinians across Gaza since dawn. Former Porto captain Costa dies age 53. Let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira has remained relatively stable in the official foreign exchange market, even as foreign exchange inflow recorded a decline for the second consecutive week. At the close of trading on Monday, the Naira appreciated slightly, exchanging at 1,531 Naira.95 to the US dollar, compared to the 1,533.74 at the start of the month. In the parallel markets, the Naira remained unchanged at 1,560 Naira per dollar, despite moderate demand pressure in recent days. Data from Coronation Merchant Bank shows that FX inflow fell to $709.1 million US dollar, down from $979.1 million US dollar the previous week. Foreign portfolio investor accounted for just $60.9 million US dollar, while non-bank corporates dominated inflows, contributing over $840 million US dollar. However, analysts say the steady exchange rate is being supported by a build-up in Nigeria's external reserve, which rose by nearly $727 million US dollars in July to reach $39.36 billion US dollars. And moving on, the Parthian Partners Limited has successfully redeemed its 10 billion Naira 3-year fixed-rate senior unsecured short-term bond, marking full repayment to investors at maturity. The redemption represents the conclusion of the company's first bond issuance under the FMDQ short-term bond framework, a landmark move for the interdealer broker segment in Nigeria's capital market. Rated BBB by Augusto & Co. and BBB Plus by Data Pro, Parthian Partners has commented its track record in the fixed income sphere. Its successful insurance and on-time redemption continue to demonstrate its financial discipline and credibility. Market analysts say the prompt redemption will boost investor confidence in similar instruments and help deepen secondary debt trading in Nigeria's bond market. And to end the local news, former Central Bank Governor Lamido Sanusi has warned the Nigeria's textile sector revival faces significant headwinds from poor infrastructure, rampant smuggling, and weak copyright protection is seriously undermining efforts to rebuild a once thriving industry. Sanusi pointed to depleted power supply, poor transport network, and high logistic costs as structural impediments that raise production expenses and weaken competitiveness. He also highlighted the flood of counterfeit and smuggled textile goods, which now dominate over 90% of the market, squeezing out legitimate local producers and denying government vital custom revenue. Additionally, Sanusi noted gaps in Nigeria's intellectual property framework, allowing foreign fabric designs and prints often produced cheaply abroad to be imported or reproduced locally without regard for original creators. He also noted that this weak copyright infrastructure stifles innovation, undercuts local designers, and disconnects heritage-based crafts from fair economic returns. We now move to the foreign scene, where at least 23 Palestinians have been killed across the Gaza Strip since dawn, following intensified Israel air and ground operations. Among the casualties are several people who died when a United Nations-run clinic in Gaza City sheltering displaced civilians was struck early Tuesday morning. The UN Relief and Work Agency condemned the attack, describing it as a serious violation of international humanitarian law. The agency confirmed the clinic's location had been communicated to Israeli forces, raising fresh concerns about the safety of medical facilities in the war zone. Meanwhile, several other casualties were reported near aid distribution points where desperate civilians have gathered for food and water. Eyewitnesses say gunfire erupted near one convoy, killing multiple people and scattering others. The renewed escalation has drawn international criticism, with UN officials warning that continued attack on civilian infrastructure could amount to war crimes as conditions in Gaza deteriorate. Humanitarian agencies are calling for an immediate ceasefire and safe access for aid workers. And to end the news, Jorge Costa, legendary former captain of FC Porto and club's director of professional football, has died at the age of 53 after suffering a cardiac arrest at the club's training center. Despite being rushed to São João Hospital, Costa could not be saved. Across a decorated 15-year career with Porto, Costa made over 380 appearances for the club, lifted the UEFA Cup in 2003, and captained the side to Champions League glory in 2004 under Jose Mourinho. He also earned 50 caps for the Portugal national team and won multiple domestic titles. Costa's death has sparked an outpouring of grief across the football world. Mourinho paid a tearful tribute during a press conference, describing Costa as part of my history and recalling his leadership behind the scenes. Cristiano Ronaldo and former club, including Charlton Athletic, where Costa had a loan spell, also shared heartfelt condolences. FC Porto released a statement honoring Costa's dedication, leadership, passion, and unshakable spirit of conquest, adding that he had become a symbol of Portismo, whose legacy will live on in the heart of fans. And that's where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day TV News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Keep watching BDTV.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obona, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 6th.
On this day in 1945, at 8:15 a.m. local time, the United States detonated the first atomic bomb in Hiroshima, Japan. The development of the bomb and its use against Japan would be the deciding factor at the end of World War II. Japan would surrender August 15, 1945. The US stock market would rise rapidly into 1945 as investors sensed victory approaching. The day after the bombing of Hiroshima, stocks would fall 1%, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average would rise by 20% from its level by the end of the year. Hiroshima, meaning Broad Island, is located on the delta of the Ota River, which splits into 6 channels and forms several small islets. The city was established in the 16th century as a castle town by the feudal lord Mori Terumoto. From 1868, it became a key military center, making it a potential target during World War II. Hiroshima remained untouched by air raids until August 6th, when a US B-29 bomber dropped the first atomic bomb. The explosion devastated most of the city. Initial deaths were estimated at over 70,000, with many more dying or falling ill from radiation in the following decades. Despite this devastation, Hiroshima began its reconstruction around 1950, starting with the rebuilding of the Inari Bridge. Today, it is the largest industrial city in the Chikogo and Shikogo regions. Hiroshima hosts government offices, universities, and thriving industries including steel, chemicals, shipbuilding, and automobile manufacturing, most notably as the headquarters of Mazda Motor Corporation. The city is well connected by road, rail, and air, and includes a Shinkansen, that is a bullet train station, and an international airport. Also, on this day in 1962, after 300 years of British rule, Jamaica became an independent country through peaceful negotiations. Upon gaining independence, it chose to remain within the Commonwealth of Nations, recognizing the British monarch as a symbolic head of state. This transition marked a major milestone in shaping Jamaica's national identity as the country took full control of its internal affairs under a new constitution. Jamaica adopted a parliamentary democracy, retained English as its official language, and maintained Kingston as its capital. The Jamaican dollar became the official currency, and independence sparked a surge in national pride and cultural expression. Reggae music and Rastafarian culture rose to global prominence, while Jamaica's foreign policy began to focus on regional and international cooperation. This new era laid the foundation for Jamaica's modern political and cultural landscape. And finally, on this day in 1990, the UN Security Council imposed economic sanctions on Iraq, ruled by Saddam Hussein for its invasion of Kuwait 4 days earlier. The Persian Gulf War from 1990 to 1991 was an international conflict sparked by Iraq's invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990. Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein launched the attack with the likely goals of seizing Kuwait's vast oil reserves, erasing a significant debt owed to Kuwait, and boosting Iraq's regional influence. As the first major global crisis after the Cold War, the US-led military response marked a turning point and established key precedents for international military intervention in the years that followed. The UN swiftly responded to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait with sanctions via Resolution 661 on August 6, 1990. US troops arrived in Saudi Arabia the next day, and Arab leaders met in Cairo for an emergency summit. On August 10th, most Arab League countries condemned Iraq, though some, including Jordan and the PLO, supported it. Egypt and Syria backed Kuwait, having recently improved ties. Saddam rejected the Arab League stance and proposed resolving all regional occupation issues through the UN. He also sought peace with Iran, agreeing to its conditions to end the Iran-Iraq war on August 15th.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development. Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial, process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jacqueline, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming. Let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company, we're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that's poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places, we will watch over them, we try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's not where it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy, because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools, so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there's a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talents. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry, so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group, they're partnering very well, we have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful, is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call. We say, "My name is Josephine Oshafi. How can I best serve you?"
are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Inside Politics for this week. I am Inyo Bongiwok. The Third National Assembly has moved to amend the 1999 Constitution. Public hearings were conducted and concluded in 6 regions across the country recently. However, the debate whether the existing constitution needs amendment or the country needs a new constitution has continued. Many Nigerians say that the country needs a new constitution, that the current one was foisted on us by the military, and that it does not address several socio-economic challenges preserving the country. But there are some Nigerians who say that it would be wrong to throw away the entire constitution, that the problem of the country goes beyond the current constitution, but that the real issue is those operating the constitution. In the public hearing conducted by the National Assembly, issues such as federal restructuring, local government autonomy, state police, and special seats for women topped the demands by Nigerians. Joining me on the program today to discuss the 1999 Constitution amendment process and whether the country needs a new constitution is Olawale Okuniyi, Secretary General of the Patriot. Good afternoon, Mr. Okuniyi, and welcome to the program. The Patriot, as you know, is a non-partisan group of eminent Nigerians headed by Emeka Anyaoku. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And good afternoon, Nigerians. It's my pleasure to be with you this afternoon.
Yeah, it's good to have you on the program. First of all, let's look at democracy now. Before we talk about the whole process of amending the constitution. What is your take on democracy in Nigeria? More than 25 years now since the military handed over power in 1999 to Olusegun Obasanjo. How have we fared so far, looking at all the parameters?
Well, for us in the democratic movement, democracy has not taken root at all.
Okay.
It has not taken off at all. And why is that? The question of the topic we are discussing today. It hasn't taken root, it hasn't taken off. You don't have some scholars, like the late Professor Ben Nwabwe, they have argued that we do not have democracy in Nigeria yet. Because at the root, at the fundament, and at the foundation of every democratic agreement, which is the constitution of a country that is democratically agreed by the constituents or the citizens or the peoples. So that did not happen at the outset of the current civilian regime or administration. And so it's been argued that there is what we have is mere civil rule that is being militarily structured, but democracy has not taken place, that we do not have democracy. And so when you look at all what has been happening in the country, so you can conclude that we have done more anti-democratic proceedings.
Will you say that the 1999 Constitution or the present Constitution itself, looking at the several challenges that we've had since 1999, will you trace that to the present Constitution?
Oh, yes. That is the point I'm trying to make, that at the root of every democracy is a democratic constitution, democratically agreed by the citizens, adopted, endorsed, and adopted and owned by the citizens and the peoples of a particular country. And that we do not have yet. what we had in 1999 was an imposition of military decree 1999, Decree 24 of 1999, that was christened or dubbed or tagged 1999 Constitution by the military, because they were in a hurry to leave, and as they have lost credibility over time, and they were not prepared to wait any further. So they decided that, well, the civilian regime will have to work out that and give unto the country a democratic constitution. But ever since then, the military, the civilian administration, successive civilian administration have been busy with politics of, resource acquisition here and there. And so they couldn't give real time for nation building, democratic constitution making, etc.
Mr. Okuni, many Nigerians have said what we are seeing now is that ahead of 2010 election, this dispensation is just halfway, 2 years in office. And what we have seen so far is that in the last few months, electioneering has begun. Endorsement, defection of politicians from one party to the other, especially to the ruling party. Nigerians have said rather than for them to try to implement their campaign promises, fighting poverty, which has become widespread across Nigeria. People have said that probably the problem with Nigerian democracy is not about it's with the people. It's not about the condition. It's with the people that are operating this constitution. And probably maybe we have weak institution.
Since you don't have a strong constitution, you have weak institution, and then you have bad people governing, because power corrupts absolutely.
Yes.
When people know there are no laws and rules and structures that are agreed by everybody, they tend to violate anything in space. So that is what you are saying. You can't have any good person. Human beings are not created to be good. No human being will be good. Thomas Hobbes said that human beings are essentially selfish.
Yes.
And then, and there is scarce resources, all of that and the rest. And so if you leave human being without an agreed rule that we all agree to, if you allow a section of the society to impose it, it will favor them. Because human beings are essentially selfish. If you allow me in my family to put a rule, I will put it to favor me. I'll look at my condition. So it is better for us to come together and put rules. So to assume that there will be good people without rules in the world, on earth, is fallacy. It's fallacious. You will never have. When you look at societies that have tried to organize themselves and adopt conventions and rules like Britain and the USA, you see that people from here go there and comport themselves. But when people come here, they misbehave. You see them do things anyhow, because there is no agreed common rule that we all agree to, and people are ready to defend because they were part of making it. Therefore, it's fallacious. It's a wrong assumption, very erroneous for people to say people operating, leaders. You won't have any good leader anywhere. You will not. Even Jesus Christ said, "Why do you call me good master?" There will never be any good master on earth, on this earth, except God.
You don't agree that
makes people good is the common agreement in a family or in a society that this is how we want to. Do we all agree to it? There will be consequences for not doing this. There will be reward for doing this. Simple.
Writing in the
human being essentially with power. You give me power, and you say you assume that I will be good. You must be joking. So first and foremost, organize your society with rules, commonly agreed rules. And when it is, then you can make laws upon it. There's a difference between a grown-up, a constitution, and laws made. Laws are made of the provisions of constitution. Constitution, the totality of the agreement of the Senate, to set the template. But laws are details then made thereof of the provisions of the Constitution. They are two different things. So the Parliament or the National Assembly is supposed to make laws and amend it.
I'm still coming to that. I'm still coming to that.
And amend their laws.
Yes,
they are
I'm
not
still
supposed to make constitution.
Yes, I'm still coming to that.
Hold on, please.
Yes, I'm still looking at
Please hold on, so that people can be educated. It is an aberration for a parliament to begin to doctor a constitution. In any case, anyway, the 1999 constitution is a mere law because a decree is a law. It's not a constitution, it's not a grown law. So when they continue to pass that, it will give you a popular, legitimate constitution. And so that's why we're in this doldrum in Nigeria. And there will never be any good governance except to go back to the foundation. But if the foundation be faulty, what can the righteous do?
Has begun the process to amend the constitution again. Many Nigerians have spoken against it. Some have actually supported it. Ezekwesili speaking in Abeokuta 2 weeks ago said this process was just a waste of public fund. Do you agree that? Do you see anything coming out of this process?
I agree with Toto with
Ezekwesili, former Minister for Education.
The sheer waste of resources, and that's what we have been doing. People, it's not job for the boys. It's just job for the boys. You know what we do in politics? Just create job for the boys. That's what we have been doing the last 25 years. We have not done real thing of nation building, and that's why millions are dying. Insecurity in Northeast, in the North Central, in everywhere, because we don't have a constitution.
So what?
We don't have a democracy.
What? That this process will fail.
By common agreement.
What you are saying that this process will fail, just like we've seen the previous, the 8th and the 9th Assembly try to amend this constitution.
The entire process, this present democracy of civil rules is designed by the military in 1990 to fail, and it will fail if we don't do the right thing now at the right time, with the intervention of the patriots led by Chief Emeka Anyaoku. You find out that, well, it's not central today, it's not east today, it may be southeast, it's even happening in southeast, and it will be everywhere. We need to sit down and commonly agree, and then go to a referendum, and then endorse our grown-up, the template for which we want to coexist, and then we can then begin to make laws thereof of the provision of that grown-up. That is how a nation is built. That's how America was built. That's how Britain was built. Speaking that they agree to, their rulings of court that they agree to, their norms that they agree to it. And when there is disagreement, they go to do things like Brexit, which is referendum, which is plebiscite. In Nigeria, 1999 decree called Constitution, there is no provision for the people to intervene, to have referendum or plebiscite. Unlike in the First Republic, the military closed everything up and turned the civilian to a military, unitary government.
All right.
You can't run.
But the Patriot met with the president. The Patriot met with the president last year. The Patriot met with the president last year, about a year ago, and then Anyaoku and co. Told him the need to have a people's central constitution. They wanted the Constitutional Assembly to be set up by the president, where a new constitution can be drafted. What was the response of the president? It's been a year after that meeting.
Yes, he said he was going to consider that, and he was going to invite the patriots to come and discuss the matter in greater detail. He was faced with the economic issues, which he will continue to face. There is no way economic issues will run away where you don't have a democratic base for governance. You will continue to have it, and it will distract you so much that you just run 8 years. Look at Buhari. Look at Jonas. Look at everybody. It's just rigmarole. Rigmarole is nothing. So the first thing is to declare an emergency and say there is emergency on democracy. Let us fix our constitution. When we fix it and set the table, we all agree. Do we want to live together as one? How do we want to live? When we set that template, then we can do governance. But doing governance on military decree and run civilian regime run civilian regime on military constitution or unity constitution will not work, because Nigeria is a diverse society. We have the diversity is humongous.
You were in that meeting with the president. You were in that meeting with the president.
And then you want to couple it and do straight jacket, mechanical, and syllabic. It will never work. So therefore, you must do the right thing, as our founding fathers have done in 1959, 1960, conference, and create a true federal system where the federating unit will be determined and they will control their resources and pay royalty to the center, and then they can be in competition to grow, and everywhere will be robust. That is what a lean center, not to go and have a strong center where nothing is being done than stealing.
Do you think the president is keen? Do you think President Tinubu is keen on heeding to the request of the Patriot, setting up a constitutional assembly to draft a people's democratic constitution? We've seen the president before he assumed power. He has been a Democrat advocating for true federalism. The need to restructure the country. But why do you think the president seems to be showing a lukewarm attitude towards your demand?
I don't think, maybe he's not showing lukewarm attitude. Maybe he's taking his time to hit it. We're still going to meet him again, since he has requested that he will invite us to come and discuss. I don't want to be judgmental. I think that he's gone through the trenches with us over time, and he understands what we are talking about. He has advocated it, and this is time to do it, so that people don't say that he was being opportunistic. He was just trying to use that as an opportunistic canvas to get to power. But now he's there, and I think that he will do it. I am inclined to think that he will do that. He has canvassed in the past, which is democratic, constitutional restructuring of Nigeria to true federalism, where democracy works for all. Everybody will enjoy democracy. He himself will enjoy it. You don't need, what do you need as a human being? You don't need too much. If you are deep, if you are ideological and philosophical, you don't need too much. You just need little. Other need little, then you have peace. And then this place will grow and open the environment for people to prosper. And the only thing is the foundation, which is politics, which is political. When you deal with the politics of the country well, you will succeed economically. But if you think you want to build good economy on a bad political land, it will be sabotaged.
Let me take it.
There is no amount of EFCC, ICPC. Go and bring 200 to sabotage.
But there are some Nigerians who are opposed to.
Survival is the first instinct of man. People, even with all of the people going to prostitution, going to ritual killing, going to habit, because they want to survive anyhow.
There are some Nigerians who are opposed to any condition.
The only thing that thrives in Nigeria today is politics.
Yes.
That's the only industry. Any other industry is closed off.
The former president.
Everybody, all the Yahoo, all the Yahoo boys, all the ritual, all the 419 goes into politics. People who are even ideologue, like us, no space. It was showing no space. So what are we talking about? People who even think rationally. But people want to make money, they just make the money in US and rush home and then put themselves in government and say that's the only tribe. You can't run a country that the country will go nowhere. It is that correct.
The former president.
Fact, you don't have to get rich through politics.
Yes. The former president Olusegun Obasanjo is opposed to throwing away this 1999 constitution. He said the problem with Nigeria is about the operator of the constitution, the politician. And not, he said we should not throw away this this document. Speaking in Abeokuta, Obasanjo said you were the one that represented him at the Patriot Summit. He said, for me, no constitution can be regarded as perfect. But whatever the strength or weakness of the constitution, the most important issue of my understanding and experience is the operator of the constitution. Do you agree with him? You don't seem to agree with him, do you?
Yes. Yes, yes, the operators matter. The operators matter, but in fact, the most important is that you must have a good, democratic, legitimate people's constitution. That's the first thing. Then you can then deal with operator. You can't start with operator. They will never be good. You will never have a good society. So the first thing to do is first for you to first agreement. When you are having a marriage, the moment you think, assume that this man is good, that man is good, he's going to fail. But you are not receiving anything. You are going to a dialogue, a discussion, and based on that, initially begin to communicate, that this is what we agree, this is our understanding, and you begin to sharpen it. That's why constitutional making or review is a continuum. You can't stop it. It is discussing national life, national progress. So there is no amount of money spent on it, but it's not to amend a document that is ab initio faulty, that is wrong, imposed, that is military. It must be people's driven, people's owned. That is the problem we have with the amendment of 1999 Constitution, which is a military decree 24 of 1999, and it put us in a military job.
What is
Therefore, we must discard and throw it away.
Many Nigerians say
if we want a democracy, really, we get a people's constitution, a constitution driven, owned, and controlled by the people.
All right. Because of time. A lot of Nigerians are not satisfied with the public hearing that was held. They say it was not inclusive enough, and that they were not carried along. What is your? And there have been agitation for more states. People are calling for more states. About 47 groups are calling for different states across the country. What is your take? Special states for women.
Because the process is job for the boys. It's not anything deep or profound. It's not anything intended for anything. It's just for people to continue to be in power. Those in power will not want to commit political suicide. And therefore, you just do something to show that something is being done when nothing is being done. The fundamental thing to be done is to call the people to first a national debate, like Babangida did, national political debate. Two, then you set up a process of setting up a national constituent assembly, and then representative of the people are elected on zero-party basis or non-partisan basis to that constituent assembly. When they get there, they debate, they discuss, they agree to whatever. Then you have a concerned drafting committee set up to look at the resolution of that and put it in constitutional form. And then you take that constitutional form back to the constituent assembly to approve. They approve it. Then they take it to a referendum. And the referendum say yes or no. And that is it. It becomes a constitutional.
Our time is up. Our time is up.
It doesn't even need the assent of government, because government are agents of the people.
Do you agree on some of the issues that were raised in the public hearing?
What we are saying is that Section 8 and Section 9 of 1999 Constitution be amended to allow the inclusion of a process of referendum, which includes setting up constitutional assembly or giving unto ourselves a new democratic constitution for Nigeria.
So where do the Patriot move from here? You had the program in Abeokuta last month, I must say. What is the next? What do you go from here? I know I was at your program in Surrey where you set up a committee headed by Anyanku and the former governor of.
Not in Abeokuta, in Abuja.
Yes, I mean the one here in Lagos.
Met in Abuja at Transcorp Hilton on the 16th and 17th, and then Nikon Luxury.
Yes.
And we thought to proceed to engage the Nigerian president and the leadership of the National Assembly, and that process is on. We'll be meeting the president very soon to submit or present the resolution of the National Constitutional Confab to the president. And then there will be a draft stakeholders bill, legislative bill, that will be sponsored to the National Assembly for some amendment to take place, which will give direction towards actualizing a new democratic legitimate constitution for Nigeria, i.e., that is the constitution of a constituent assembly that will give birth to all of this. So that is the
Finally, sir, our time is up. Many Nigerians have said
an implementation
hello, sir.
committee may be set up.
Okay, hello, sir. Maybe people have said your group should be more inclusive in the structure, the way you operate. You should include more Nigerians, and you should probably carry out more advocacy and let people educate people across the country on what you are doing.
That's been done. That's one of the steps that we're taking, because the implementation committee will drive around the country, mobilize Nigeria, we talk to mass media and do all of that. And then Nigerians in diaspora, persons with special needs, etc., the youth and co will be involved in that drive. You will hear very soon about an implementation committee of the National Constitutional Assembly.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program for today. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, sir.
Thank you. It is my pleasure.
I've been speaking with Wale Okuni, Secretary of the Patriot, a non-partisan group of eminent Nigerians seeking a new constitution for Nigeria. My name is Inyo Bongiwok. Thanks for joining us on today's program. You can go on YouTube and watch our previous edition, or follow me on Twitter at Inyo Bongiwok too. Good afternoon and welcome. Stay tuned to BDTV.
admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national interest as it affects you, as it affects me, as it affects all of us in Nigeria and even beyond. Today, we'll be discussing a very important matter, and that's the promise of Mr. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, to serve only one term if elected as the president of Nigeria in 2027. Well, the statement by Peter Obi has generated so much controversy across Nigeria, from the presidency to the current governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, to even the factional leader in the Labour Party, where Obi ran for presidency in 2023. Everybody's just criticizing Peter Obi for claiming that he will be doing just one term if given an opportunity in 2027. Well, it seems that Obi's, I should say, Obi's openness is drawing so much criticism against him. I don't know. Today we have in the studio to discuss this issue with me, Mr. Uroko, who is the assistant editor here in Business Day.
Thank you for
You're
having
welcome,
me.
Mr. Uroko. I also have Mr. Zebola Agomo, who is the Sunday editor of Business Day.
Thank you for inviting me.
Welcome, gentlemen. Like I said in my intro, last Sunday, Peter B tweeted, of course, this is not the first time he has said this, but again, he was reiterating it on Sunday, that if given the opportunity to serve, if elected in 2027, he will only serve for one term. And like I said, this has generated so much controversy. There are people who are now dragging Peter Obi for saying this. Peter B actually said he was trying to, point to the fact that there have been people who have served one term in other countries and they've done so well. He cited Abraham Lincoln of the United States. He also cited John F. Kennedy, also in the United States. Of course, he also cited, in Africa, he cited Nelson Mandela, who also did one term. And Peter Obi is saying that, look, all of these people left enduring legacy. And that for him, if given the opportunity, he will also leave enduring legacy. And of course, just one time. But this statement has not gone down well with a lot of people. So let me start with you. Is it a crime for one to say his mind now? Because is it a crime now? Peter V has said his mind, but a lot of people are not
comfortable with that.
Are not comfortable with this statement.
Yeah.
What's your take on this?
Thank you so much, Josh. I am not surprised what is going on and the gamut of doubt that his openness has generated, because we live in a country where trust deficits have become the order of the day. People no longer trust political practitioners and those who hold public offices, because during the electioneering campaign, they go about reading all manner of promises, telling you that they will make the country Eldorado and they turn the country into heaven just in one day. But as soon as they're inaugurated, they will forget all the promises. So those who are doubting that Peter Obi will not do what he promised may have been looking at it from that point of view, that all politicians, that in fact, they're tiring or they're painting all politicians with the same tar, and it's unfortunate. and we need to move away from such unfortunate scenario we have found ourselves as a country. We need to begin to see our leaders live by their word. Let their word be their bond. Because if our leaders had lived up to expectation, lived up to their promises, there wouldn't have arisen all this gamut of controversy that had tread P2B's openness, or what I can call a sincere promise. Because here is a man that said, it doesn't take me donkey years to make Nigeria a livable place. 6 months, for instance, look at the late Muhammad Muritala Muhammad.
Okay.
Muritala Muhammad.
Yeah, who was assassinated.
Assassinated. Under 6 months, Nigeria felt his presence, of which if Muritala Muhammad had lasted for 2 years, Nigeria wouldn't be where it is today, perhaps. Look at President Umaru Musa. How many years did he spend? Nigerians today can attest to a lot of positive things he did. The peace we started seeing in Niger Delta was initiated by him. A lot of good policies he brought to bear that we are still enjoying today. So it doesn't really matter how many years a leader. What matters is openness, the truthfulness, and the willingness to work, the political will to change things for your people. P2B believes that if he comes on board, 3 years is more than enough for him to make a mark in the country. Personally, I don't doubt him. Okay. I believe from what he has been able to do in Anambra State when he was governor under 8 years.
Okay.
It's verifiable that the man can still do something there. I am not his campaign manager anyway, but I'm saying these are the possibilities.
Okay. Thank you, Zed. Before we go into perhaps what Peter B has done in the past, Chuka, let me come to you. In a country and in the continent where we've seen sit-tight leaders who despite being old, just keep going election after election after we've seen. And we live in a country, and in fact Africa generally, where leaders don't just want to leave power. They would rather die there. But Peter B is saying, I want to do one time. And one would have expected that a statement like this will be embraced by a lot of people who say, wow, this is one man who wants to just do one time and go. But the reaction we are getting, the opposite is the case. Like I said, one would have expected people to hail him and say, wow, one time in a continent where people just want to stay in power and probably die there. They hear, in terms of the reaction we have seen so far, the opposite is the case. People are actually now criticizing rather than welcoming this. What do you think is responsible for this?
I think my colleague has answered almost 50% of what the question you are just asking. And central to all of this is the trust deficit we are talking about. We don't trust even ourselves. Even within any small community, there's mutual distrust.
Is it trust that is making people not to be happy?
Let me just explain what I mean. When somebody is telling you something, you know that, there's nothing, it doesn't mean it.
We have seen it before.
We have seen it before, have heard this before. But again, you find that we have heard politicians who come into power spend 8 years and there's nothing positive to show. So when somebody comes and tells you he's going to do 4 years and there will be impact, becomes a difficult thing to believe that. And we have just alluded to some African countries, especially a place like Cameroon, where you have somebody who have been there, Paul Biya have been there right from almost the time we were in primary school. And here we are. The same man is still there. And as if Cameroon has turned to anything better than where he came. So when you are talking about either as a country or as a continent, we are just one and the same people. And that's why people find it difficult to believe that when you say, oh, it's such a short period of time, I'm going to do this. But the challenge we have is that we have not really been able to say, let us give it this benefit of doubt.
Yeah.
For somebody who came to say, I want to be president, don't forget that Nigerians until today believe that P2B won that presidency. So we have a different brand of politician on our hands.
Nigerians believe.
Yeah, people don't believe that because at least he has 6 million votes from Nigerians on his kitty. When he comes back, because of what I've experienced within the last 2 years, he may scale that number.
Yes.
Because people have seen that we are just fed with...
Nigerian believe Peter B won the 2023 election.
In some quarters, they believe that Peter B won.
But they didn't win.
The record does not, he didn't win. And why we
it.
cannot say he didn't win is that he's not the president today.
He didn't win.
So he didn't win.
Based on INEC,
but there are assumptions in some quarters that he won that election. And even if he didn't win, he didn't win really, he has a reasonable number of votes compared to those who have been traditional contestants in that same election. So for me, I think why this is drawing a lot of flags from Nigerians is that we have seen it all. There are presidents. But P2B comes off as somebody who... P2B is not a magician. Another thing that I think people doubt what the man is saying is that the rot in the country is so deep. We have so bastardized the country that for you, if we say, oh, how many holes is this man coming to farm with the whole of this land that is full of thorns and thistles? So it is because of the nature of the country we have that has gone so bad. Then people are imagining, say, will 4 years actually be enough for him to clean this? We're going to tell you, yes, this mess within the system. So, trust deficit, the magnitude of work to be done, and then the fact that we have seen it before, have heard it before, and there was that. So, it's difficult to believe. Difficult to believe.
Yeah, it's difficult to believe, actually. It's difficult to believe. It's difficult to believe because the special spokesperson, Bayo, actually was making reference to Obi's, earlier promise not to leave APGA, and that eventually he left APGA despite promising that he would stay in APGA. So maybe part of it is maybe what is playing up here. I mean, he said, look, Obi is a liar. You don't trust him because he has said he will never leave APGA, but he left. So why should you trust such a person? What's your reaction?
No, those are, this is a political system, and we are facing another round of election. And when an opposition is saying things, he will always whip up all manner of
I know where he's coming from
to favor him and to allude to his to make whatever he's saying believable. Bayo Onanuga is the spokesman of the president. And to that extent, he shouldn't expect him to be praising P2B. P2B leaving APGA, from what I have read, was because of also some opposition that arose when Governor Obiano came on board as the governor. You cannot stay in a party where your life is being threatened, your life in quotes is being threatened. So, yes, we read and heard that P2B made a promise to the late the father, the patron of that party of APGA, that he would continue with APGA. But when there arose certain opposition and that threatened his life, as I have read in some places. So the man had to run for his dear life. So to that extent, you should not, okay, today people can say, who is more Abga than the wife of Odumegwu Ojukwu, who is serving in an APC government today? Bianca Ono is an Abga woman, but what is she doing in an APC? If you can look at it from that. So P2B left because he wanted to move ahead, to move on with his life. So he was not tied to the umbilical cord of Abga. So that being it, again, you should not be listening to all those people or all those who have been saying that Obi, they didn't believe that Obi could do what he has promised. Most of these are coming from the opposition. Like I've said, we are facing a new round of election, and you don't expect the opposition to be saying anything that is in favor of P2B or in favor of the opposition. It's an opposition. They play the opposition party. Professor Governor Soludo in Anambra State, you know where he's coming from. Soludo has never shown himself to be a supporter of P2B. Now they are not in the same party. They are brothers, at least as far as coming from the same state is concerned. But they are divided by virtue of the party they belong. So he can say anything, and the people know where he's coming from. So those who are saying that they don't believe him are coming from the opposition part. But those who have seen the consistency of a P2B as a politician still believe that perhaps what he said, what the man is saying is that if it takes Nigeria 2 years to be where the country is now, it can as well take the country 2 years to leapfrog, to turn around. Things will turn the corner. So that to that extent, it doesn't need up to 4 years to make Nigerians feel them part of government, feel them part of a new government. So that is, I think, I understand how he's saying.
Okay.
So 4 years to that extent could help him to serve the country and serve the country well. Okay. Again, why Nigerians are saying a typical, because I listened to Professor Soludo, the governor of Anambra State. He said anybody saying that could
need a psychiatric test.
Need a psychiatric test. Yeah. But he is talking because of himself, because as a politician, he's not satisfied with the 4 years he is already doing. He's looking at another year. So he is talking, addressing himself, that if I say that I'm satisfied with this, then I should be...
I should have done something.
I should have done something. So, and again, what also did not help or has not helped with this promise is because of what President Olusegun Obasanjo wanted to do after the second term. He wanted to change things to run for third term. So which means that place, if you test it, so there is something there. So those who are there now believe that there must be something there that if you test it.
No, that if you give him the chance.
If you give him the chance and he tests it.
So
those are some of them.
Just the 2011, right, when Jonathan ran and won in 2011. There was this talk about the fact that there was some kind of agreement
that he would do.
And Jonathan entered into with some political groups and just give me just support me for 2011 when I win. I will not hear so bad.
Then it came for
2015. Jonathan he ran again. I forgot some people still. So perhaps I don't know whether it was just.
I think P2B also has this gambit, so to speak, that the North knows that after 4 years of 8 years of the South, it is their turn. So for him also to score the favor of the Northerners, he say, "Oh, I'm not going to encroach into your time."
So the guy is also playing politics.
Yes, I'm not going to encroach into your time. That the moment I'm done with the remaining 4 years after Tinubu, assuming he defeats Tinubu. And then comes on for 4 years. Oh, it is your turn. Then you take over it becomes your turn, you know, because they are now being turn by turn, the South and the North. So Peter Obi also, beyond all the excuses we may have given for his ability to perform, also is playing some level of politics by giving it to the northerners that even though I have this ambition, it's not going to affect your chances or your turn when the time comes. So, because if he doesn't play that kind of gambit, this the northerners may, this is another person who is coming to change things for us. And therefore, he wouldn't get their support. So in order to get the support of the North, he also has to say, it is, I'm not going to encroach into your time. Just give me this period and you see things. And we should believe that if the present government could just make one policy statement and the country came to where it is, what's one policy statement? There's every likelihood that somebody can also make another policy statement and things will change, go the other way around.
Okay.
All these are just possibilities that things that are possible, not that anybody is sure of anybody. P2B is not Jesus Christ.
Yeah, sure.
I must acknowledge that.
Yeah.
It's not a Jesus Christ. He could come and the next day you see a group of people coming up from everywhere. Okay, use earnestly ask for P2B second term. It's not impossible in Nigeria from what we have seen before.
And you could take
as good as or as bad as Abacha was, a lot of people came up from everywhere. Use earnestly ask for.
If I should jump in there, it will be very difficult for anybody from the South to win election in 2031. Because it is clear that
the turn of the
North. So that was also what played against the PDP in the last election, because feeding Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was a minus for that party, and they are still paying for it now. So if someone comes to run against the turn of another region, obviously Nigerians have accepted that rotational presidency.
Even though not written.
It's a gentleman agreement, and it has stuck. So what is at stake now is the next 4 years. And that is why the Southerners are banking on it, that they have to start out.
They still have 8 years. The 4 years.
And that is what Obi is banking on, and telling them 4 years is sacrosanct. And I read what he pushed out his statement at the weekend, that he still stuck to that promise, and it's sacrosanct, that he will not, of course, even if he wants to go beyond that,
there will be hurdles.
There will be hurdles, and he cannot. He can't clear those hurdles.
But let me still stay with you, Zeb. There are people who have also said, "Look, Obi, you are promising to do just 4 years, just 4 years, and go." But again, as we speak, we don't even know the party you are going to run because. It doesn't look like
it's still in the
Labour Party, and then you have not actually officially joined ADC, and then you have left you are calling you in PDP. So before you begin to talk about the fact that you want to do one term, what party actually are you going to
your platform?
What's your platform? What are you going to run?
Actually, this, whether we like to say it the way it is or not, that is the way it is. Labour Party is in crisis. P2B cannot go in now because Abure is the faction that is being recognized by the INEC. Nenadi Osman is a splinter.
But he has not also officially left the Labour Party.
Who?
Peter Obi.
No, he has not. He's on the side of the Nenadi Osman-led faction.
Yes. Okay.
So if a party is not stable, is not one, you cannot claim to be a family. And that's why he has sent the Labour Party of the Osman Nenadi bloc, has sent Dati Ahmed to go on a conciliatory drive with Abure faction, so that they will come together and continue in that rapport. So being in ADC also is also to understand how things are going. And he's trying to woo the northern part of this country to be on his side. And the majority of the people in that ADC
are from the north.
It will be naive on his part for him now to stay back and just say, okay, I am in Labour Party, that he doesn't know whether he's sinking or he's surviving. And in a PDP, some people are advising him that going back to PDP will amount to going back to Egypt.
Yes.
That PDP door is closed, and it's closed for him, and that's the advice people are giving him. So it will benefit him to stay in ADC, to watch what is happening, bidding the time, because as we go into the election, in the next 1 year, a lot of alignments and realignments. In fact, some other parties that are seeking registration with the INEC may have come up. And who knows the party now? When he contested on the platform of the Labour Party, nobody expected it. It was a known party, an unknown party. He brought that party to a limelight. So who knows if there's another version of Labour Party that he will latch on, that he will leverage.
Early days, still too early.
But let me ask, because we're trying to manage time around. There are people who have said that, look, Obi is desperate to become president, and that's why he's telling you that he just want to do one term. Just desperation. This man is just too desperate, and that's why he's telling you he will do just one term.
If you look at
is this statement a function of desperation?
Politicians generally are desperate people. They are desperate people, and that's why you see people who ordinarily should not even contest for any position at all coming to square up with other people because they want power. There's nobody who is looking for power that should not be desperate about it, because it's not just trust on you for the sake of it. So to describe Obi as a desperate politician, well, it suits him. But it's not a crime to be desperate when you are looking for something that you passionately need. P2B can be said to be very passionate about wanting to govern, to rule Nigeria, because he sees what he thinks should not be. He doesn't see things that should be there in a country that he wants to rule. So to that extent, but in relation to his maybe one term, we have just explained here that he is looking for one term because he has studied the situation and seen that beyond 2031, there is no hope for anybody from the south. So it will be foolhardy of him to start campaigning, oh, I'm going to do 8 years, which will take him beyond 2030 to 2035 or something like that.
Yes.
So to that extent, I personally do not see it as a case of desperation that I just want to do 4 years and get away. And maybe because he believes in his capabilities, that given the 4 years, I'll be able to turn things around.
Okay. Let me tell you, there is nobody who wants to change negative things that cannot be desperate. Nobody.
Yeah.
In your company where you work, if you want to change things to run the way they
you have
should,
to pursue it with
the MD in an office has to be very desperate to ensure that things work well. In our families, as fathers, we have to be very desperate to make sure
that everybody carry everybody along.
We carry everybody along. So desperation is part of life.
But anyway, we also saw that desperation on the part of the current president.
Yes.
Very.
And that was what gave him the position where he was desperate.
He took it by force.
It was quite desperate.
The kingdom of God suffered violence,
will take it by force. And the man told you, this is not power. It's not served in a restaurant.
Yes.
You just have to grab it.
A la carte. Okay. He always says it.
Okay, as we wrap up, just one more question. Just in a few seconds, let's ask this thing. Realistically, what impact can anybody make within 4 years in a country like Nigeria? Realistically.
Let me tell you. When Singapore is a place that our people normally use as when they're talking about places that had the same economic and political culture like Nigeria. The president that came, Chong Yuan, that he turned things around. He looked into the country was in a mess. He came up under 2-3 years. Things were put in place. Nigeria doesn't need 4 years for things to. It took only 1 day for Nigeria to change the way we are now. That policy statement by the president, subsidy is gone. And we are not recovered. 1 day. So it can also take a policy statement by anybody. It could be by the current statement, president, current administration, to now come and say something will happen, a policy statement that could turn things around for the better.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take donkey years to make things happen in a country. So I believe that if someone says, I have something to offer, the person may have something to offer. Whoever that wants to become president of this country in 2027, all of them are just, and I believe if they interact with you, you will also know that they have something to offer. So you cannot just put a blanket and say, where we are is where we are. There's no going beyond this place. Right. So things can be better even in two weeks.
I think that according to your question, how much can be achieved within 4 years? A lot. Let us use the example of Lateef Jakonde in Lagos.
Yes.
He did just 4 years. I remember, don't forget that it was on his second term that his government, the military came and toppled the government. But today, all over Nigeria, all over Lagos, it's about Jakonde. Whether I'm talking about education, about infrastructure, talking about housing, everything. I agree that especially his housing model was not the best, but people are there providing shelter for people. And if you see what Femi Gbajabiamila Amila has done of Jakonde houses in Surulere, you find that there's nothing that is not possible.
Yes.
You can only talk about Jakonde housing not being what housing should be. When you look at the kind of things you have in Maitu, you have in maybe going towards Ajah and all those kind of places where the whole thing has become a mess. But if you look at the Surulere kind of
maintenance.
Yes.
Maintenance.
So I want to believe that a leader that comes with a vision, a leader that comes with that is prepared to serve the people, can always achieve so much.
Yes.
As we have seen in the area of like the case of Jakonde.
All right. Thank you so very much, Mr. Roko. Thank you so very much, Mr.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a very interesting discussion with you guys this afternoon. Thanks so much for coming. This way we call it a wrap on the BDTV Roundtable. And thank you so very much, viewers, for watching. Until we come your way again next Wednesday, this is bye from us. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Industry Focus on BDTV, where we spotlight several industries locally and globally to identify their economic and business values and, of course, how it affects GDP of Nigeria and lives of Nigerians. I am Onyeka Valentine, as usual. I'm here. And, of course, we do have our segments, 4 of them coming your way. Number 1, we'll have the business quote of the day on the influence of media. And number 2, which is the second segment, will be our captain's opinion, where our guest, Mr. Ademola Akitoye, will be giving us details on how the economy can grow with the help of multimedia. And yes, over there we'll be talking about the Power Creative House. In other words, the economics of Nigeria's multimedia industry. There we'll focus on different questions which he's standing by to answer. And our third segment today will be Deal or No Deal, where we'll talk about federal government's initiative to foster multimedia as a growing economy to help grow Nigeria's GDP. And after that, retrospect will be coming in as our 4th segment, where we dig into the media's role during the Civil War, finding out how media was able to grow after that. That and many more. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back. Onyeka Valentine. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's jump into it straight up. The business quote of the day on the influence of media. Not my quote, but the quote of a very interesting gentleman. He passed on many times, many years ago, but even at that, his quotes, unquote, still draws a lot of weight. It goes this way. It says, media is the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent. And that's the kind of power, right? Because they control the minds of the masses. You heard that one by Malcolm X. Just so you know, media plays a major role, and in many ways, it is good that we use it properly. Which is why today's show is quite interesting and has everything in line with it. All right, so today, let me give you a rundown of who my guest is to help you understand clearly what we want to do today. On the guest segment, we call it the Captain's Opinion. My guest is a seasoned media and tech entrepreneur with over 20 decades of experience in multimedia, production, ICT, and digital publishing. He is the managing director and CEO of AI Multimedia and co-founder of Novus Technology, an innovative digital publishing platform that empowers African creators through securing of access and content distribution. A graduate of electrical and electronic engineering, Ademola is also a certified Adobe professional and a highly sought after ICT trainer. Over the years, he has mentored hundreds of young creative, and trained professionals across sectors and led high impact projects at the intersection of education and technology. He is a certified manager and management consultant for CMC, a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants, FIMC, and a certified quality assurance assessor, QAA. His work in capacity building, training, and strategic workforce development has earned him a lot of multiple awards and recognition, which has helped him to where he is today. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guest, Mr. Ademola Akitoye. You're welcome, sir.
Thank
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
I hope I was able to give a robust information and intro.
The only where I want to, you said 20 decades.
Yes.
So
I said 20 decades. Okay, sorry, 2 decades. I was going to say 20 years. But you know how this thing goes.
Yes. 2 decades.
Right.
So that's about 20 years. I've been in the industry.
Most definitely.
I've impacted a lot of lives,
yes,
young people, and I'm fulfilled, And then I'm also a tech entrepreneur. We are building platforms to also help creatives to earn money legitimately. So so I'm really, really happy, viewers, for being here today to share some of my wealth of experience with you. And I think we'll enjoy the show together.
All right, like you heard him already say we're going to enjoy the show. We're talking industry focus and where and how the area of multimedia adds value to other industries. We're talking about those in fintech, those in agriculture, those in all industries, as you can mention as a whole. You have media right there, which is why today our topic, it says creative powerhouse, the economics of Nigeria's multimedia industry. Mr. Kitoye, that alone gives room for a lot of conversation. Don't worry, I'm not going to mention 20 decades this time around. At least I was able to vibe and give that positive flow. Right? But we are quite particular. I mean, we are BusinessDay TV and we follow the money. And to do that means we want to talk about things that will enable the world to see that for what it's worth, industries work in Nigeria. We are ambassadors of Nigeria anytime we travel around the world. And people ask us questions saying, what are the benefits and opportunities in Nigeria? They come and invest. And I'm always very quick to tell them, look, we have agriculture, we have this, we have that works, tourism and everything. But one of them asked me the other day, so what about your multimedia industry? We see Nollywood, we see different areas, but are you guys investing much in this? I say, you know what? When I get back home, I will sit back and craft the topic and we'll talk about it. All right. So we have these questions all lined up for you. But first and foremost, let's get to know you and meet you again so that we can follow through.
Okay. So my name is Ademola Kitoye. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of AI Multimedia. We have an academy that we train youths and young people in multimedia skills and multimedia technology. And we've done this for years. We also partner with government agencies and international bodies, to train these young people, because manpower development is very, very key to build any country. So if your youth have the right training, and they will be empowered to take up available jobs in the market. And we all know that the media industry is evolving and is becoming bigger by the day. And this needs manpower. So we are filling that gap, and we are doing it,
one step at a time.
One step at a time.
Okay, one step at a time. You guys have heard him already. Let us jump straight up into this. Now I have one for you, or I have 5. Hopefully be able to answer all, but they're within the ambience in which we are here for.
Okay.
From culture to capital, what are the key sectors driving the economic boom?
the key sectors in media and multimedia, we all know Nollywood is one of it.
Okay.
Is one of them.
Some say what, number 3 after
Hollywood,
yes, after Bollywood and Hollywood.
Yes.
Okay.
We're actually doing wonderfully well in that. Though there's still room for improvement.
Right.
And you see some of our movies, Nollywood, grossing billions all over the world in box office. So and our content is improving. So it's actually contributing a lot to our GDP. So we can push that aside. Then our music industry is anywhere you go in the world now, it's Afrobeats. If you go outside the country and you ask a foreigner, okay, just name 1 or 2 musicians in Africa, they will gladly tell you.
Give us Davido, give us Burna Boy,
Rema. So they are actually our cultural ambassador outside. So it's contributing a lot into our GDP. So it's a sector we
through concerts
and so many things. Concerts, sponsorship, ambassadorial deal, and even on global platforms like Spotify, YouTube, Netflix. You can't push our content aside. So they are contributing billions to our GDP. So
when I hear the sound of money, I always take people back home. Look, money makes the ears start, and we follow the money right here on BDTV. Still industry focus, right?
So let me just add to that. Not that alone. We have our animation. We have a gaming industry. Then we have content creation. These are emerging, sectors.
I was coming there with the next question, so that I don't let you unveil them at the same time.
Okay.
On that, the multiplier effect. You just mentioned gaming. You mentioned content creation. Yes. All this brings in money. Yes. How does a single creative project impact broader economy?
When you talk about media projects, media projects is not one-man projects. It involves a lot of expertise.
You have the director, you have producer.
Okay, for example, a filmmaking, for example, beyond the people you see on the screen, you have a DOP, you have cameramen, you have script writers, you have makeup artists, you have costumiers, you have hospitality, you have security, you have merchandising, so these are multiplier effects into for single projects, so it revolves around a lot of people. A lot of people participate in it. You have tourism also, because you're going to scout for a location where you're going to shoot your film.
Location manager.
But within the community, you are going to hire some people who are going to benefit from
it. And it's job creation.
Yes, job creation. Just a single filmmaking. So you can see the rippling effects in a lot of people. The location you are going to use the locals to help you in constructing your sets and putting together a lot of things. So they are indirectly benefiting from the rippling effects of the creatives in that asset. Then education is also one part of it. That's where I play, effectively well.
Right. I mean, we know you run your academy, so go ahead.
So if the media industry is not performing well, there won't be anybody to train. Young people will not show interest in that field. But young people are showing a considerable interest because there's high demand for manpower. The older people are retiring, So you need younger people, train younger people properly
to come on board.
And then, younger people these days, because their exposure to technology from onset, they tend to do things differently.
From the way
the older folks are doing it. So, and to do that, we need an institution who will train them very well. So this is also part
Character
of
and
the
learning.
years and learning and all that. So this is part of the rippling effects from media and production. Yes.
Right. I mean, a lot is being unfolded there. I thought it was just going to be a straight conversation, but I see a lot coming out of it. I mean, I keep wondering, how come we are not, I mean, the media industry is very big. I believe that the media industry should be able to cater for more of the income to our GDP than maybe oil and gas if well harnessed. But anyways, that's a question for you to answer.
Okay.
I'll move ahead. Let's jump into this one. Now, on the same premise of what we're discussing, the global platform now, local gains, how are digital channels transforming the business model? Right? I'm talking about local gains now on the global sector.
The global sector.
Exactly. So global platform, local gains, how are digital channels transforming the business model?
In fact, just straight away, digital platforms have actually cut off traditional gatekeepers. What I meant is that if you, in the past, if you want to market your production, you need to go through marketers.
You go to Alaba International for music artists.
You have to talk and talk and talk. If they don't take your content, they don't take it.
And that's it.
And they also have power to choose whoever will feature in your film, in your production. And by doing that, you realize films in the past, you keep on seeing the same set of people. Because the marketer will dictate for you that, okay, for me to support your project, you must have this person, and then that is killing the younger people to grow. So the new model now where you can, shut off a traditional gatekeeper and go directly, you can discover raw talents, you can feature them in your production, and then you have this ripple effect where younger people have confidence to come on camera, give them opportunity to, exhibit their talent. So platforms like YouTube, Spotify, Netflix, Boomplay, and then we also have our local platform we are working on, Novas. What we are trying to do is to...
We'll come to Novas so you can give us an insight. I'm going to see some opportunities there where it can begin to help to grow our GDP.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds very interesting, but we'll come to that. In case you're still with us, which I know you are still with us, we have the I'll put it this way, we have the mighty mind when it comes to multimedia, Mr. Ademola Akitoye with us. He's answering some great questions when we're talking about the industry of multimedia. We'll take a break. When we come back, right, we'll dive into the remaining questions. And remember, we have deal or no deal. And after that, we have retrospect. So don't go anywhere. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Like they say, we take a good break so that you can recalibrate and come in even stronger. We're still right here, Industry Focus, where we talk about what's going on in different industries and how it grows the wonderful GDP of Nigeria. Having said so, I still have my guests in the building. Yes, by the name Mr. Ademola Akitoye. We've been talking about different areas on how we can harness the great potentials in our media industry and how it can be a big boom for Nigeria. Mr. Kitoye, sorry I had to break your thoughts,
Yes.
to follow through. We are talking about how young people can boycott traditional,
the
gatekeepers and begin to make money.
Yes, for example, someone in Aba,
yes,
or in Kaduna or far away Maduguri, it doesn't have to travel to Lagos.
Right.
So people think that until you come to Lagos, you can be successful. But with the model, existing model now, you can become a creative, an author, a content creator, and still stay in Kaduna, stay in Aba.
And they will come and look for you there.
They don't even need to look for you. You get
paid online.
You get paid online. Remote jobs, global platforms, local platforms. You put your content there, then you get monetized.
Which is what I was going to ask. Now, how can the government make money out of those people monetizing? That's another question now. Because now...
Yes, the only way government can make money is through taxes.
Great.
So individual will be taxed.
Great.
What government needs to do is to bring many people into tax nets. That is just it. Tax evasion of tax is criminal.
It is a crime.
So you just have to
enforce it.
If you are making money, you should pay tax. It's normal.
Because I tell you right now, you see all these social media influencers living life larger than life.
So that has to do with government. Government needs to enforce that. So if you are making money, you should pay. So what the democratization of content has done is to give you leverage, to make more money. So you don't need to travel from pillar to pole to make money. If you're a good author, for example, there are platforms like Novas. You can put your content there, and then you monetize. Some of these, most of these platforms, you don't even pay to start. It's free. So you put it there, promote your content, and then if it's a good content, you get paid.
You get paid. That's the word.
So
that's
this
the
has
word.
effectively cut off middlemen. Before you have to take your content, for example, a book, you take it to publishing house. They have to spread it. Some of them will even reject your work.
And they don't want to,
they don't
review.
Want
to
review.
They don't have to
Maybe
review.
you are just an indie author. You are upcoming author. They don't know you. So they feel that it's a waste of time. But with these platforms like Novas, you can put your content there and you begin to earn. And anywhere you are. So this will have a effect of decongesting major cities also, because young people don't need to travel from their existing city to come to bigger city. Because whatever you can make in bigger city, you can also make it in your smaller city.
Whatever you can make in the bigger city, you can also make in the smaller city. You see, industry focus goes way beyond just looking at the industry, but also we help you to pick out those areas that you might not see, bring them in front of you, and help you as young content creators to be able to make money for yourself and stop worrying and disturbing your family members for urgent 2K. All right. Our next question on this. It says, beyond talent, what investments and policies are needed to accelerate growth?
Yes.
In less than 2 minutes.
Yes. Development is built on the backbone of infrastructure.
Right.
There won't be meaningful development without good infrastructure. It's very important. And this is engine room of developed countries, US, China. They have solid infrastructure to back their entrepreneurs.
Right.
So if we must succeed in this environment, infrastructure like broadband internet access is a must for everyone. In all cities should be connected to broadband internet facility, affordable also. Because remember, young people who are starting up, they don't have enough capital, and to buy, expensive data. So data must be cheaper, and the telcos also have roles to play in making affordable some of these their data. Then we talk about uninterrupted power supply. I think this is a problem
big problem
we've been grappling with for
years now.
And we hope this will be resolved very soon. It's very important. Then some people have a problem of digital distribution, and that's the problem we are suffering, especially for African creators. So then we have funding access also, like grants, seed funds, and stuff like that. Then we also have IP protection, intellectual property protections. What do you do if you have disputes with your IP? Can it easily be resolved in the courts? What are the legal frameworks to resolve this? So we need to look at this. This is a discussion that we must. If someone tamper with my IP, how can I address it? How can I be pacified?
How do I mitigate
at the end of the day? Wouldn't it cost me a lot of money as a young creative? So we need to open discussion around this, and enforcement of it is very important. Then we also need to have standardized creative education.
Standardized creative education.
Yes, that is curriculum. So we don't want disjointed curriculum where you have mushrooms training institution, just train any people anyhow. It should be standardized,
and they must be
yes,
well certified.
Well certified. It's very important. Let's have a national curriculum with this. I'm aware that National Board of Technical Education, they are trying. They are instituting what we call a national skill qualification framework to standardize some of this training. And I think if it is done well, we can have standardized training from certified institution.
From certified institution, from standardized to certified. Big words for multimedia. You see, we can go places. Like they say, we follow the money does what? Paves the way. All right, like we always say right here on our television station, that if you really mean business, start your day with Business Day. Speaking of which, we do have our next segment here. It's called Deal or No Deal. No matter to take a break and then come back, but I see that you're ready for it already. All right, so this part where I'll shake your hand first and hope that this is going to be a deal for you.
Yes.
Hopefully it's not a deal breaker or it's a deal.
Yeah.
Now, the Nigerian government is actively working on initiatives to foster multimedia growth in 2025, which is this year, focusing on improving broadband infrastructure, digital skills development, and creating a supportive regulatory environment. These efforts are part of a broader strategy to build a digitally inclusive and innovation-led kind of industry. Mr. Ademola, with your idea and your expertise, do you see this in under 5 years as a good deal, or you see it as an opportunity for some people to just steal money and sweep it under the carpet? Is this a deal or a no deal? Before I shake your hand again.
Yes, it's actually a deal for me.
It's a deal for you?
Yes.
So you think it's a deal?
It's a deal for me.
It's a deal?
Yes, if done properly, it's a deal.
Okay.
Yes.
How is this a deal?
Yes, when you look at the after status, like fiber optics rollouts and internet access, we also have digital skill and workforce development.
Digital
skill and workforce development.
Right.
This is I think it's under the Minister of Creative Economy, where it is targeted to train 3 million, technical talents, within a space of maybe 2 or 3 years. So it's ongoing. It's 3MTT. Then you have fiber optic rollout and internet access. This is under the Project Bridge, and they are trying to connect
Project Bridge.
Yes, then about 90,000 kilometers of fiber. Using 2 billion investments.
If I find correctly, that's Project Bridge or Bridge?
Bridge.
Okay, Bridge. Okay.
Bridge. Yes. So that is there. So these are deal for me. We also have after digital trade leadership and job visions. So these are things that these are deal breakers that we if we don't do it properly. Remember, we talk about infrastructural deficiency.
Right.
So this is one way to address it. Then we also talk about talent, because we also need to train good talent. This also fall under it. So it's for me, it's
a good deal.
A good deal. Yes.
It's a good deal.
Yes, it's a good deal. Yes.
Mr. Ademola says it's a good deal. So for all of us who have been wanting to key in and get some great insight about the area of multimedia and how this particular area, the federal government is putting its hand and extending it further across to young people, young content creators, and of course, those who understand what media is to help them grow and earn money right from their living room. They call it remote jobs. Federal government is willing to put in a lot of money in that area to grow it. Mr. Demola says it's a good deal. Let's take a break. When we come back, we do have our last segment. Let's catch a fresh air, like they say. Deal or no deal? Now you've heard it. What about you? I'll be right back. Don't go away. Great stuff. He said it's a good deal if Nigeria kicks on and flows through with the idea of what he wants to do and the package for multimedia in Nigeria. I still have my guests in the studio. When we started with the quote of the day on multimedia. We also moved straight up to the area where we asked a lot of questions, which was quite important. And again, we spoke about deal or no deal segment. Now we are at the area of retrospect. But before I go further, right, I had one more question to ask Mr. Ademola. As a professional in the multimedia industry, this amount of years, 2 decades, I got it right now, yeah. 2 decades.
2 decades.
What would you say has been the greatest challenge and greatest plus and the cons and pros in the industry for someone like you, and the kind of value you've added with AI multimedia, with Novas that is coming forth right now? How would you say you guys have added value to the GDP of Nigeria, the growth of Nigeria? And anyone who's watching back home will say, you know what, we want to try and see how this industry can grow. Is this the man to talk to?
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's look at the challenges.
Right.
You know, we started when internet was penetration in Nigeria is at its lowest.
Right.
You know, you could imagine how we work with video at that time. It's really, really tough. But the internet access is getting better, so it's helping us. The major challenge we face is funding.
So that's sorry. So that's 5G over 4G now.
Yes. So the major challenges are, you know, we've talked about them before, but one that stands out is funding. You know, to really run effective media business, you need a lot of funding. You know, because you are dealing with a lot of equipment. For example, you want to go into filmmaking, for example, just a camera, you know, just basic camera that will do the job at least to some extent. You will be talking about 3 million, BRS minimum.
And now that US aid has been pulled off the carpet of Nigeria.
So you have a lot of challenges, you know, when it comes to that funding. It's not just camera, you're talking about other accessories, gears, manpower. So this is one of
transportation.
This is one of the challenges we face when it comes to developing this this environment. I mean, this sector. You know, so that is that. Then other challenges could be political, where you have instability.
I was coming there also.
Policy in economy,
insecurity.
So this could also be challenges that we face.
The industry.
So that affect the industry. But one thing for me as a multimedia expert over the years, we'll be able to walk through these challenges and overcome some of the difficulties, you know, the hurdles. And then we are still standing. So that is that. Then the impact, we cannot overemphasize the impact, our contribution in the industry. Number one, let's look at training. In terms of training, we've trained thousands of young people for the past 14, 15 years, we started AI Multimedia, and then we've also provided employment. Some of our alumni are well engaged in most organizations, and they are contributing their quotas to the GDP
of Nigeria, which is
Nigeria.
very important.
Yes,
we follow the money on the show.
Yes. Then, in addition to that, we also do production support. We help organizations to, put together their production. Churches, companies, and all that. And then when we do that, they make money. They're also contributing to the GDP of the country.
All right. Much has been said. I know, given the chance, we'll probably go on and on and on. Yes, most definitely it's part of why we're here. But just before we wrap up and leave, we have our last segment before we take your final notes and say a good, wonderful goodbye. Retrospect. Believe it or not, media, like they say, adds a lot of value. Yes, you agree. That's why we're in front of you, talking on the camera, and the whole world is watching. But in Nigeria, within the time when we had the civil war, a lot of people don't know this. At that time, the media industry wasn't that fully exposed, but it was making a lot of strides. But after the war, the media played a major role. Now it says here, although not directly on the August 5th, yet this day can still remain and fall into the minds of Nigerians, the Nigerian Civil War between 1967 and 1970 and its impact on media landscape. It is important to reflect on how the war shaped media's narrative, right? The narratives of media and the role of media in conflict. Hence, a new frontier for media grew and then started generating more income for Nigeria as the years followed through. That's some history for you guys to chew in, and hopefully you will understand the history of multimedia. Mr. Ademola, do you see that history a bit of controversial, or did it add some insight to it?
For me, it's not controversial, because something must start from somewhere, and you build on it. There was a time we were using us as a means of transportation. So some people built on it until we have a modern day cars and all that.
And so now we have drones that carry people around. It's amazing how we've come this far as a civilization.
So it's development, it's developmental, because we started this way doesn't mean we have to remain that way. So I won't dispute that history, but so many have happened even after that.
Over time.
So, this is where we are. So,
Mr. Ademola, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It has been really in-depth. Knowledge has come out of it, quite insightful. We had a lot of information you've given to us, and of course you poured more light on the area regarding youth engagement and how they can make money, because like we say, do what you love to do, but make sure you're making money in the process. Thank you so much. We've had Mr. Ademola break down every single detail that we needed to make sure that for those of you who want to become multimedia experts, you know where to go to, you know how to do your research, and obviously you also know who to talk to. Mr. Ademola, thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Are you on social media?
Thank you so much. Yes, we are on social media.
What's the social media handle?
You see all our AI Multimedia NG,
right,
on Novas NG, all social media platform, just AI Multimedia NG,
right,
or Novas NG. We are here to help to add our quota to the GDP of Nigeria. We are doing everything possible. Creative economy is not just entertainment; it is an enterprise. So we are taking it seriously.
Before we go, let's take this one seriously now. Do you think content is actually king? a cause of another day.
What are we doing here? We are creating content.
Most definitely.
And it's king.
And it is king.
Without content, how do people get informed? So content is information.
Right.
It's key.
It's key.
Yes, and it's king.
Thank you very much. It has been wonderful having you guys. Of course, more of this will come your way. Thank you so much for tuning in, for being with us right here on Industry Focus. Until next week, Tuesday. Remember this, if you really must do business, start your day with Business Day. My name is Dr. Valentine. Bye-bye for now.
a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.